don't. You're good.
All right, got the thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, Nextcloud 2022 is starting. Happy to have you all here with us. It's been a long time. Great to see you all. Some familiar faces, some new faces. Let's start. A couple of things I want to mention. First, the important stuff, Wi-Fi. You can use this network and that passcode. Bim bam boom. And also we have a hashtag of the day, the conference hashtag, which is Nextcloud Conf. Please let us know what you think of stuff. Share your feelings, your thoughts, and use this hashtag, please. Also, we have something put up, a collectives, where you can put down your writings. If you go to talks or you notice something, please write it down. But also do share the pictures you have with us. Yeah, let's use it and help each other with that. And finally, something about masks. We do not require you to wear those masks. You can, of course, that's all up to you, but we don't require you to wear one. And with that, I want to give the floor to Frank.
Thanks a lot, Fabrice. Wow, this is so awesome to see all of you here. This is really, really so nice to have a real Nextcloud conference again. I don't know about you, but I personally really missed that during the COVID times. And of course, we are back with a big bang, because this is the biggest conference so far in the history of Nextcloud, with over 250 people here. So let's have some applause for that. So that's really cool, and not even counting the people on the live stream, of course. So this is really impressive. We also have some organizations here that are doing really cool stuff around privacy. Morena, for example, Nitro Key, our friends from Collabra and others. So it's really nice to be in such a good company here today. Let's have another applause. Thanks. So I'm also very happy that we have awesome keynotes coming up the next few days. Let's get started with Mike Ausendorf. He's the speaker of the Committee for Digitalization in the German Bundestag, and he's also like a long-term open source inventor, supporter, and personal friend. And I'm really happy that he will be here to talk a little bit about the open source strategy in Germany later. I'm also happy that we have Felix Reda as a speaker. Felix, of course, was a long-time member of the European Parliament and a fighter for digital rights and open source. So this will also be super interesting. And of course, Renata, who is the CEO of the Open Knowledge Foundation. So I really think these were super interesting, cool keynotes, and I'm really looking forward to that. The motto of this conference, yes, for the first time we have a motto actually, is shaping the... It was a bit too early, Daphne, but thanks. The motto of this conference is shaping the future of privacy. And privacy is obviously something that is absolutely important as in the core of Nextcloud. This is why we're all doing this in the first place, because we want to protect all the data of all the users. So privacy is one of our core values. But this is not the only core value we have. We actually have more of that. And to show it to you, we actually have a nice video. And let me play it now.
Trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
So what do you all think? I think this is really nice. But let's get started with Nextcloud. Nextcloud is, of course, as you all know, is this really incredibly cool tool for collaboration and communication over the internet while protecting your data and your privacy. And I'm personally really happy, and this really motivates me personally a lot, that it's really used in a lot of very cool and interesting scenarios. So, for example, it's used by Amnesty International for their collaboration and their communication over the internet, and really protecting the data and the communication of, for example, activists or journalists in places that are not very friendly. And this is, of course, where privacy via Nextcloud can really help to make an impact. So for me, this is really motivating. We're really doing something good here. It's also used by students and pupils in schools and universities all over the world. This is an example from Sunet. That's a solution in Sweden where people can learn from home and can really have nice e-learning experience. And Nextcloud is a part of it, again, protecting your privacy. Nextcloud is also super useful in scenarios where people don't have access to cloud services from the US or from China. Here, for example, people and students in Africa who really with Raspberry Pis together in Nextcloud can really use and then look into new technologies, learn and build something up. Same as here in Asia, these are our friends from FOSS Asia who really make Nextcloud available to a lot of people, students who just want to learn something and again have access to great open source technology. Another area where Nextcloud is super successful is with governments. So a lot of governments all over Europe or all over the world are actually using Nextcloud to protect their data. Digital sovereignty is the keyword here. They really want to keep and stay in control of everything. And that's something where Nextcloud also works very, very well. And last but not least, of course, for all kinds of other organizations and enterprises. So if you want to do remote work, for example, everything is nowadays a lot more remote than before COVID. You really want to have a paperless office. You really want to work from wherever you are, and you have everything available, all your communication, all your collaboration tools. And this is another area where Nextcloud is super popular. So I'm really happy to say that Nextcloud in the last few years really grew to the biggest alternative to the Microsoft 365 or Google Workspace solution. So we are the leading competitor to them, which I think is really awesome. But now let's talk about the things that I think you're really interested in, which are the news we have here today. So as you know, we have Nextcloud Hub, which is a nice integrated product where everything comes together. And today I'm really happy that we can announce the new version, which is Nextcloud Hub 3, so the next major step for us to bring us forward. And there's really a ton of improvements all over the place that went into this release. We structured them in 10 areas, so we actually have 10 big improvements here that really make significant steps forward. And I would like to invite Nimisha and Jan from our design team to talk about the first one.
Hello, everyone. So, as you know, design is very important to us at Nextcloud to be competitive to proprietary solutions and all sorts of solutions out there. So we put a really big importance on it. And you can probably tell from our product. I'm really happy to show to you today, together with how we improved for Nextcloud Hub 3. So nowadays we spend a lot of time in front of computers. We do it for personal stuff, for work, for entertainment or anything. And so, a lot of time is spent in front of screens. So it's really important that software gets out of our way, that it allows us to get our work done quickly and to our satisfaction, and also maybe that we have a little bit of fun. So I think we can have that as well. And because of that, we have 4 main principles in Nextcloud for Nextcloud design that we follow. So the first one is that we focus on the content. Your stuff is always front and center. Be it your contacts, be it your talk conversations, be it your calendar events, anything you want to work with, your work should be the main thing in Nextcloud, and you should be able to get your work done. That is always the focus. So the second thing is ease of use. You heard it before. Nextcloud should be very easy to use. It should get out of the way. It should work without setting any settings or anything. I mean, we, of course, have settings. Don't worry about that. And you can modify some. But the defaults should work for you, should work for most people, and it should just work easily. And then the third thing is that we should have great accessibility. Nextcloud should be accessible, should be usable by everyone. Should be able to use by people with vision impairments, with motor impairments, no matter whether you use a screen reader, for example, or whether you like to use Nextcloud keyboard only, for example, it should all work. It should work for everyone, and should be accessible for everyone. And the fourth principle, one that we really focused on for this release a bit more, is that you should be able to make Nextcloud your own. You should be able to customize it a little bit, style it to your liking, so that it really feels a bit more like home or like a place you get to, like your office desk maybe, or your home office desk, so that you that it doesn't just feel very cold or whatever, like any old software, basically. So this is why we're very happy to introduce the new Nextcloud design and UX, which we call Nextcloud Personal. And to show you more about how that looks like and how that works like, I'll hand over to Nimisha.
Thank you, Jan. So this, I'm sure all of you recognize this. It's the dashboard. It's familiar. We all know it. We all love it. And I'm sure all of you have, maybe customized your dashboard a little bit by setting your own little background there and, made a little bit of your own. So with the new design, the background is now more visible in all of your apps. So, you can really play around with it. The focus is still on the content, while still having a little bit of fun by showing the background a little bit. In the navigation, you can still, open your files, do whatever you want with it. And when you change your background, that's going to shine through a little bit as well. So let's see a little more of it. This is how it looks in the activity. You're going to see way more of this in the upcoming sections in Mail, Talk, and all of the other apps. So in this release, we also did a lot of improvements with accessibility. As Jan said, it's a very important value to us. And now it can be easily accessed from the top right-hand menu. And this is also the section where we can play around with all the backgrounds. So let's see how some of that looks. So you can change it to something super colorful, like this bright pink background over here, and obviously you can still, set your notifications or whatever, while you can still see that it's shining through a little bit just on the background. Or you can go for something a little bit more mellow and autumnal, like in Christine's profile over here. And of course, we didn't forget dark mode. I mean, we're at the Nextcloud Conference. How could we forget the dark mode? We can have a bright pink background over here, and it looks great. And what you've all been waiting for the real darkness, dark background, dark mode. We're all real hackers here, let's face it. So this is the new Nextcloud design. Feel free to play around with it and really make it your own. Welcome to new Nextcloud. So next I have. So let's invite Fabrice onto the stage for the next improvement.
Thank you, Nimisha. Right. Check, check. Yes. So I have the honor to talk about our second big improvement of Nextcloud 25, which is the Photos app. So photos are probably our most important data. So they carry our memories, they show our loved ones, and we share the moments with others. So photos are dear to us, and they will stay dear to us forever. And photos in the past were always private and under your control, but we are moving to this digital situation where we have digital pictures and they are moving online. And it seems that for managing photos, we are trapped in these proprietary systems like from Google and Apple. With Nextcloud, we want to change that, and so today we are announcing Nextcloud Photos 2.0. So in Photos 2.0, we are introducing a tile view. And the first thing you might notice is the massive performance improvement there. So you have all these tiles nicely fitted together for your viewing pleasure at an enjoyable speed. But also, you asked and we delivered, we are introducing albums. Now you can collect and share your photos, and showing and sharing your photos is seriously a breeze. So you can do so by, sharing that with somebody you know, but you can also use a public link like we do with this event, so you can upload your pictures there, and the easy sharing of photo is made possible with that. All right, we have an auto-upload function for photos from the clients, but for those moments when you need to upload the photos manually, we now support direct uploading of your pictures via the Photos app. So no more fiddling in file management, directly via the Photos app. And last but not least, we are introducing this built-in photo editor, which is offering a vast array of features and filters for editing and touching up all of those favorite cat photos of yours. So, for example, you can make some drawings here, or you can do some cropping and resizing. Perhaps you have like that tiny, teeny-weeny touch you want to make to your cat picture. And if you desire to do so, you can use any filter we provide you within the built-in editor for use. So we made a little video, and we're showcasing to you the new Photos app.
Photos of our friends, vacations, and memories are some of our most precious data, and Nextcloud Photos makes them easily accessible. We made the new Photos app a lot faster and introduced a new layout for the photos. This release also comes with a new photo editor. The editor can do a lot of common things, like scale and crop, draw, apply filters, and more. Photos of our friends, vacations, and memories are some of our most precious data, and Nextcloud Photos makes them easily accessible. We made the new Photos app a lot faster and introduced a new layout for the photos. This release also comes with a new photo editor. The editor can do a lot of common things, like scale and crop, draw, apply filters, and more. Another improvement we made is the introduction of albums. You can sort your pictures in albums, and a picture can be in multiple albums. You can add photos from your computer directly in Photos now, from the Albums view, from Folders, or from the Photos view. These albums can be shared with friends, family members, or coworkers, who can put in their own pictures. You can find albums shared with you here. We hope you enjoy the new Nextcloud Photos and enjoy the memories.
And starting with security, of course, security is always one of the most important things for Nextcloud users, because we care about privacy, or as a business, we care about compliance. You can't really have either of those if you do not have security and keep your files encrypted. So let's talk about that. And encryption is one of the areas where we made a number of improvements that I want to go over. Now, there are three kinds of encryptions essentially that are relevant for Nextcloud. First is the HTTPS, the transport encryption. This is handled by the web server, kind of below Nextcloud. Second, we have the server-side encryption, which is supposed to keep your data securely encrypted while it is on storage. And then third, we have the end-to-end encryption or client-side encryption, which encrypts your files on the client before it is even sent to the server. Now let's start with the server-side encryption. So we made 4 improvements here. First, there's primary storage on Nextcloud and external storage. And it used to be that you can only encrypt external storage with end-to-end encryption if it was object storage. And now we also enable the support for encrypted object storage for primary storage. Then second, group folders are now supported, so group folders will be end-to-end encrypted or server-side encrypted as well. Third, we optimized the encryption to use 33% less storage, which is quite a difference, of course. I mean, storage costs money. And last but not least, there have been a number of improvements for the OCC command to make it easier to manage the encryption on the server. So let's talk about the other side, the end-to-end encryption. So there are 3 major improvements there. First of all, performance. We really improved the performance massively by reducing the number of database queries and improving the locking, so that when you're syncing a lot of files that are end-to-end encrypted on your mobile client or on your desktop, it goes a lot faster than it used to, and it puts less load on the server, which is, of course, also helpful. Second, we introduced a key management setting for users. So, of course, the idea of end-to-end encryption is you remember the key that is used to encrypt your data, because if you forget it, then you can't access your files anymore. That's still the case. But if you forgot it, and, well, there's nothing you can do, but you still want to encrypt at least your new files, you can reset the key. And again, this loses your old data, but you will then be able to use end-to-end encryption again. Again, don't lose your key, but if you do, you can now reset it. Last but not least, we added a number of options for administrators. They can now control which groups or individual people have access to the end-to-end encryption feature, and they can also configure what clients have access to it. So that's encryption improvements and Nextcloud Hub 3. Let's talk a little bit about performance. Now, performance, of course, very important, and we always work on making Nextcloud faster and more scalable. And this release has a ton of improvements, more than 33 in the core alone. Obviously, I can't talk about all of those. That's just a bit more than, well, we all have time for. So I'm going to pick out a few to talk about. And the first of those is recent files. Just as an example, it's a small thing, but of course, you sometimes need to show recently changed files to the user. And it used to be that Nextcloud would then sort all your files and take the recent ones. But if you have a few million files, well, that can take a while. And so an optimization was done where essentially the process is split in two. First, look at the files changed in the last 20 days, and then you sort those. And well, sorting goes a lot quicker that way. So it's a little thing, but the difference just in this feature is a factor 20 in terms of the time it takes, which is of course a big improvement. Now another smallish but already more often used feature is searching. So when you search for files, for tasks, for notes, for collectives, for chat messages, etc. in Nextcloud, the server, of course, well, the client asks the server does a bunch of database queries to find the stuff, and the team worked on reducing these queries by a factor 10, which means you get your results quicker and the server is less loaded from the search. Now again, these are two very specific scenarios. So what about things that happen all the time? So there's one operation that the server is busy with a pretty big chunk of the time. It's called a prop find. I know it's very technical, you can forget about the name. The point of it is, this is what the clients use to kind of stay in contact with the server. They ask for updates, they say, is something changed in this folder? These operations are really used a lot. And we managed to shave off about 25–30% of the database queries for these operations. And because it's a really big part of the work a server is doing, this has a real impact on end users. Now, talking of end users, let's talk about something that's even more visible, loading of apps. So all these 33 changes, they add up, at least, well, in many areas, but in one place they're very noticeable. When you upgrade your Nextcloud to Nextcloud Hub 3, you will notice that applications load about 25–30% faster. And when you're switching between the Photos app and the Contacts app, the Mail app, Talk, etc., you're constantly loading these pages, and this really, I don't know, I really appreciate it when we update our internal server because it's really noticeably snappier. So that's a performance improvement. That's how you as a user will notice it. Of course, as an administrator, that means you can have more users on the same server, and all these users still have a good experience. But there's a third party that benefits because there are hundreds of thousands of Nextcloud servers on the internet, and they're, of course, coming with a significant carbon footprint. And if the servers have to do less work to get the same results for the users, that also helps save a couple of trees, which I think is also a good thing. Now, there have been many more changes in Nextcloud, too much to mention. For example, you can now search files by tag. There are improvements to the group folders. The viewer app now works on public links, dozens more things. But instead of talking about all the small things, we have Anna here who's going to talk about big stuff. Anna.
I'm here to tell you about the improvements that we've done to Mail. Mail is our integrated client where you can work with your emails. So let's get right into it. We have made some performance improvements, and we have also made some design changes. So we pulled all the beautiful designs that you've seen before into Mail as well. And we have added, for example, a quick menus action item here where you can reply, favorite, save your emails really quickly. Then we have also added a new unread counter, which you can see here. It makes it super easy to see which emails you haven't read yet. We have also added a preview for the subject of the email. Then we have streamlined the account setup, which now is super easy to do. Just 3 fields, first name, email, password. Easy, done. This is what it looks like close up. And then we have a super cool feature, which I've worked on and I'm super happy with, which is accept and decline for email invitations for calendar. It integrates with your Nextcloud calendar as well, so the work you do is much faster. Then you can view PDFs and other documents directly from Mail without having to download them. We have added image support for signatures, so feel free to put anything you want there. You have to enable the rich text option for Mail to do so, but nothing stands in the way of having a cat meme as a signature now, so feel free to do so. The next feature we have is the out-of-office replies, which works on the Civ extension for IMAP. You can set your date, you can set how often you want an email to be replied to, you can let your colleagues know that you're not here and won't be reading their emails. So feel free to use it, try it out, give it a shot. We have also added support for duplicating calendar events now, which also saves you a ton of time. And next is the appointments feature. If you don't know, we have a feature where you can set slots for meetings. You can find this on your profile. You can share your appointments via your profile or via link. And this is what the new page looks like. It's a bit more streamlined now and it just has a shiny new look. Last but not least, we have an organizer feature in Contacts, which works on the manager property. It will auto-populate the org chart for you. This is what it looks like close up. I think it's a very, very cool feature, and thanks for the community for the contribution on this. We also made a small video, so please enjoy.
Welcome.
Welcome to Nextcloud Mail 2.0. Nextcloud Mail is the super easy to use, powerful and integrated mail solution for Nextcloud. In Nextcloud Mail 2.0, we made a lot of usability improvements and added powerful new features that make your life easier. For example, you can now accept a calendar invitation directly from an email. And you can view images, PDFs and other files with the built-in viewer. In the settings, you can now use rich text and add images to your signature. Note that you of course first have to have the rich text option below enabled. We also included an autoresponder you can configure easily. Last but not least, setting up a new email account has become a ton easier. Let me walk you through setting up a Gmail account. In an organization, this setting can be automatically pre-configured. As you can see, Nextcloud Mail has become a lot easier to use. We hope you will enjoy the improvements.
Yeah, I hope you'll give Mail a shot, and I'd like to ask... And I'd like to ask Tobias on stage. There we go. Sorry, you clicked on it. Sorry.
Thank you, Anna. Yeah, let's talk about clients. As you know, Nextcloud client offers a wide variety of range for clients. Desktop on Windows, Linux, and Mac. Mobile on Android and iOS, both for files and also for talk. Yeah, I will just now show you some of our cool new features for Nextcloud 25, and we'll start with the desktop client. There we also improved lots of things. Most notably, I think it is in the notification area where you can now directly reply to chat messages. But there's also one thing, especially for Windows, which is very, very visible, which is improving the virtual files area. You might know that the virtual file system means that you do not have to download all files to keep them in sync, but you only will download and sync those files that you need, which saves you your precious hard disk space. And this is how it looks like in the old way. So you have a bunch of photos, but you don't see which photos they actually are. And now we have implemented the way that they will show we will see the thumbnails when they are available on the server. So I think that's a really good improvement for the UX to browse all of your famous vacation photos. On Android, we have introduced a better gallery view, similar to the Photos 2.0 version on the server. We have also the tile view, so it's not now cropped like the thumbnails, but it's really showing the entire photo in a reduced way. And it is grouped by month, so you can easily scroll through your history to go to the latest vacation, for example. And on the right side, you see the option menu, so you can limit the media view to only photos, only videos, or also to only a specific media folder. So, for example, your latest family meetup, where you want to show it to somebody else. On iOS, we did another Android slide. Yeah, we also changed the UI for Android with a new Material Design 3, which is a very new, modern system. And we are using the primary color still for this, not the personal color, but it also comes with a better dark nights support. On iOS, we also changed quite a lot. You can see it on the left side, we have a new files view with a toolbar and also a unified search. So if you search for something, you see not only the files, but also the text occurrence in the notes, in deck cards, in maybe upcoming events. So that's really easy to use. In the middle, you see the new photo details view, also with the locking files support. So if you want to edit this manually on the device, you can lock the file first and then edit it without distraction. And on the right, you see our new built-in PDF viewer. Yeah, and overall, we also changed quite a lot on the UI. So you see on the left a new sharing view. In the middle, we overhauled our activity and also did some kind of small improvements on the gallery view. On Nextcloud Talk, we introduced search in the mobile app. The search works across the conversation title and within the messages. And when you click on it, you will jump directly to the corresponding conversation right at the point. So you don't have to manually scroll through the conversation list. And now for something else. You likely know that this is our dashboard, which was introduced with Nextcloud 20, showing you recent information and other relevant information like unread or important emails. But with this release, we will now bring this from the UI, from the web, to your mobile devices. So you can just directly add them to your home screen on iOS and Android, as you can see here now. And yeah, I think that's a really cool thing, because you do not have to open up your web browser to stay in touch with your Nextcloud with recent changes. As you can see, this is on the mobile, with barely fitting only one widget. But you can also use it on a tablet, making it a real true productivity monster. For example, on the left, we have recent status, we have upcoming cards, we have a cool shortcut view for taking recording voice messages, going directly to the file listing, all while you're chatting on the right side with the overlaid Nextcloud Talk app. So I think this is really making a great progress and enhancing your productivity on the tablets. And as a small reminder, what you have since quite a while, you can of course use split-by-split view, so chatting on the right side while working collaboratively on the left side with the Nextcloud Files app, both on Android and iOS. It's possible. So I hope that these improvements will enhance your productivity at home on the go. And yeah, then I will ask Nimisha for the next improvements on stage.
Right, so I'm going to talk about more improvements for Talk. So as you know, Talk is our integrated communication platform where you can, message people, like talk to people, video call, the works. We also support emojis, message replies, background blurring, and so much more. So for this release, we've focused a lot on digital well-being. So as Jan mentioned before, we're in front of our screens a lot all the time, and we're bombarded with notifications and messages all the time. And that might really impact our health or well-being. So for this release, we've tried to help you manage that a little bit better. Like for example, this feature, which is silent calls. So as you may know, when you call someone, their phone rings. And when you start a call in a big group conversation, everyone's phone rings. And sometimes you may not want that. So with this nifty little feature, you can start a call in a group chat or one-on-one without really notifying the other person. But of course, if you do want to notify them, you can always send in a little call notification for each participant, and that will ring their phone. Along the same lines, you can also send a message without notification, so you can just slip someone a little note and they can check it in their own time. And that's right next to the send button over there. Also, you may know that Nextcloud allows you to set your working hours so that colleagues know when to schedule their meetings, and they're not scheduling meetings at like 12 a.m. or something like that. And you can also set your status on Nextcloud. And we've also had automatically setting do not disturb outside of your working hours so that you're not getting notifications when you're chilling with your cat at home. To also protect your privacy, we have expiring messages now. So you can set the message expiration time in the conversation settings, for example, 1 day. And every time you send a message in the conversation, it's automatically going to disappear after 1 day. Another really cool thing are widgets. So widgets are these little cool cards that show up whenever you share something in a conversation. It can be a deck card, like over here. It can also be a GitHub issue, a YouTube link, anything you want. And it looks really nicely right below the message over here. And to improve collaboration, we can also now create documents or any new thing, actually, from right within the chat. So if you want meeting notes, 2 clicks, that's all it takes. You don't have to open your files and create a new file and then share it over here. You can just create one from right within the chat. And of course, we also support templates as well, so you can do anything you want super quickly. Another really, really cool feature is polls. So how often had you had to exchange like 50 messages to discuss like one meeting time or something like that? So now we have polls, and all you have to do is like, set the question, some options, and then you're done. 5 minutes, boom, you know when you're going to finally have your meeting. And obviously, we also support anonymous responses. So you're not going to know who's going to vote it until you close the poll in the end, and only the final results are going to be showed, as you can see. With this release, there are also a lot of improvements to control who can do what in a conversation. For example, in a webinar, if you don't want people to spam the conversation with a lot of messages, you can set exactly that and some specific permissions for the moderators or anything like that from the participants or from the conversation settings as well. And these are all the different options that are available for each participant. Along the same lines, if you're an administrator, you can also control who can start new conversations or start video calls from your admin settings. For example, if you're a teacher and you want only the faculty to be able to create group conversations or something like that, this is where you find that. And obviously, as always, we have a lot more performance improvements. So for really huge installations, you can now have calls with thousands of participants seamlessly because we have clustering now in our high-performance backend. And also another improvement is to improve phone dial-in without having to share a PIN with every single participant. It's just one PIN that you can share to everyone. And let's see all of this in action with a little video.
Nextcloud
Talk is our integrated chat and video conferencing application, making it easy to stay in touch with your colleagues, organize webinars, or have meetings. Talk introduces improvements to make it nicer and easier to use. For example, links get rendered as nice previews using widgets. This works on a variety of links, including content from within Nextcloud. We also added the ability to run a simple poll. You can add multiple answers, and if you set it to private, participants can only see the results once the poll is closed, and they cannot see who voted what. Another improvement is that you can start working on documents with everybody right from within Talk. We all have busy lives ruled by notifications from our mobile devices. Talk now allows you to post a message that does not turn into a notification for everybody in the room. This is also available for calls, avoiding distractions and helping you and your team members to focus where it counts. But the opposite is also there. When you want to make sure your call is not missed, then you can re-ring participants. You can combine these features, start a call silently, but then only ring the device for the few who you'd like to notify. Another improvement is that we added message expiration. Your message will disappear after a set period. We also allowed moderators to control who can post messages and likes. This is of course also available on a per participant basis. This allows you, for a webinar, to close the chat for messages until a certain point in time when you would like to start a discussion or enable or disable chat for individual participants. Let us know what you think of the new Talk.
So that was Talk. We really enjoyed working on the new features, and we really hope you enjoy using them. So next, let's have Julius onto the stage.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'm here to talk to you a bit about what we worked on in text and collectives during the announcement of Nextcloud Hub 3. So let's start off with collectives. Collective is our integrated and easy-to-use knowledge management database and wiki. It's perfect for organizing the collaborative documentation that you may have in your organization, or meeting notes or manuals that you may have around and need to work on in a team. So let's see what's new there in the new release. So first of all, we started improving the sidebar with the page list in it. It's now more condensed, so you can list more pages in there, get a better overview of the structure of your collective. But further than that, we also added a custom page ordering, so you can, by dragging and dropping around the pages, you can sort them, you can put them into subdirectories, and that makes it a lot easier to structure your whole knowledge base. And in addition to that, as you can see on the left, there's also page emojis coming. So for each page, you can set a dedicated emoji, which makes it a lot easier to find as a user then. Then the next features are more about working collaboratively. So first of all, we started adding mentions. So if you have meeting notes and you want to make action items, want to mention a user there, then you can easily do that by putting the name into the collective page. And then the users will also receive a notification that they get aware of that. Furthermore, we also improved the embedding of files. Until right now, it was possible to embed images into the collective page, but now it's also possible with other file types like documents. The next thing we worked on is also improving your browsing experience on the collective page. It is a table of contents view that you get for each page. You can either show or hide it with the button in the headings menu. And as you can see, it adds a headline for each of the headings that you have on your document, which makes it a lot easier to navigate around and find the thing on the page that you're looking for more quickly. Then, in case there's the word you're looking for is not on the page, it might be somewhere else in the collective, and for that we added full text search. So every page in the collective is now indexed, and you can use the unified search in the top right corner as you're used to, just to get to the content you're looking for. And as you may know, our powerful rich text editor that using Markdown files is kind of the baseline for collectives. So all of the improvements that I showed you earlier will also become available in the text app. So you can use mentions there. You also get the table of contents view, the file embeddings. But that's not all. We also worked on an improved print view. So in case you need to still print out a paper, if you like reading on that or need to hand it to German bureaucracy maybe, then you get this nicely rendered view as you have it in the web as well. And you could also use that for exporting to PDFs, for example, which might be a more common use case than printing. And there has also been some more work in the background done by the community in regards of handling Markdown. So we worked on preserving the syntax of external editors more nicely now. And we also added support for front matter, like a more advanced Markdown syntax. And I mean, Misha showed you the nice link previews that we have in Talk Now. And of course, we also added that to text. So all of the widgets that we have there for deck cards, for files, YouTube videos, will also be supported in text, of course. And of course, we made a small screencast to walk you through the features. And hope you enjoyed it.
Nextcloud includes an excellent knowledge base app that helps you share manuals and documentation within your organization or team. With this release, many improvements were made. For example, you can now reorder pages and assign emojis to them. You can now also insert various files into a document, not just images. Another improvement is that you can now mention colleagues. These features also work in text, the distraction-free Nextcloud editor for notes and thoughts. If you have a long document, you can see an outline to find what you're looking for. Of course, if the content you seek is in another document, you can use the universal search in Nextcloud, which now searches also in the content of our knowledge base. We hope you will enjoy using the new and improved collectives.
All right. With all these improvements, we of course hope that like the connective knowledge in your organization will become even more accessible. And I would like to hand over to Daphne for the next section.
Hello, everyone. How do we enable you to use Nextcloud seamlessly with other software? How do we open up Nextcloud for integrations? And how can you create apps for Nextcloud? After the next 4 minutes and roughly 28 seconds, you will know how Nextcloud is planning to massively increase its number of use cases. As you might know, 6 years ago, Nextcloud was only a file sync and share solution, just like Dropbox is still only today. But of course, no one only wants to store files, you also want to do something with them, right? So that's why we moved into collaboration software. So this came with softwares like Office or Groupware, and we bundled them all together into Hub. And at Nextcloud, we realized that the open source strategy is a uniquely strategic position to open up Nextcloud to more functionality and the external ecosystem. So this is why today we are taking the next step. We want to envision software to radically open up. So how can we do that? We have 2 ways to do so at Nextcloud. In the one hand, we will integrate Nextcloud with other softwares you may use in parallel. On the other hand, we want to improve our ecosystem so everyone in this room and on the live stream would be able to develop their own apps for functionality you need yourself. Now, let's start with the integrations. So, what could such an integration look like? Well, it could be to bring Nextcloud into the software of the external software. And this is what we did in the last months for for WebEx. And not Zimbra, that's later. WebEx, imagine you are having a video call. And in the sidebar, you can see your Nextcloud files, you can create new files, and you can also edit them. And this is great if you want to make meeting minutes or if you want to create a report together. But an integration could also take place in both softwares. And this is what we did for Zimbra. Now I'm allowed to talk about Zimbra. And Zimbra is a neat integration because in Nextcloud, you can see and search your Zimbra events, your Zimbra emails, and your Zimbra contacts. And in Zimbra itself, you can create talk meetings for Nextcloud. Another interesting example is our Open Project integration. Open Project is an open source project management tool. And we developed for Nextcloud that you can see your projects in the dashboard. You can search your projects in Nextcloud Search. And also in Files, there is a sidebar where you can connect your documents to an open project. And the document relations between these documents in Nextcloud and your open projects, these relations are then visible in the open project UI. And then another example, we have NuiTech Stage. And this integration brings the whiteboard technology of NuiTech into Nextcloud. And lastly, we improved our existing integrations with Microsoft OneDrive and Google Drive. So for all of you who are still using Google or Microsoft and you obviously want to change to Nextcloud, you can now import your data with just a few clicks. Now, let's talk about how we can create an ecosystem where everybody can contribute apps. The Nextcloud Developer Program comes with a dedicated website on nextcloud.com/developer. So, are you wondering how to use our APIs, or how to create your own dashboard widget, or how to upload your app to the App Store? You can find all the information you are looking for on this website. But we are not stopping there. We want to improve this further. So what is going to be the next step? With the next step, in the upcoming months, we are planning to release a series of tutorials that will take you all the way from the beginning to how to set up your development environment, to the next steps to develop several different types of apps. And 2 of those tutorials are already live. The first one is how to set up a development environment, not only for Mac, but also for Ubuntu. We have a tutorial available. And the second tutorial is how to develop a simple files plugin. And we will present these tutorials to you later today during the workshop how to develop your first app. And you can also find them on nextcloud.com/developer. So, do you miss functionality in Nextcloud and are you interested in building it? Then follow the workshop or go to the website. Now let's welcome Frank back on the stage for the next 2 big improvements.
Great. What do you think so far? It's not bad, right? lot of good stuff in all areas. I'm really happy about this release. But there are 2 more things coming. I have the pleasure to introduce them to you now. The first is Office. So let's talk a little bit about the Office situation, because obviously a key part of a collaboration platform like Nextcloud is that you should be able to edit your Office documents, like text documents or spreadsheets, presentations, diagrams, everything you want. And as you know, we have an integration with all kinds of different solutions, and they're all there and great, and we like them. But what we wanted to have is one which is like especially good and especially well integrated. And this is why a few months ago we created Nextcloud Office. Nextcloud Office is something we do in collaboration with our friends from Collabra and LibreOffice. And we are working together with them to build this very nicely integrated solution, which is really super fast and yeah, integrated and nice to use. All of that happens upstream, so this is not a fork. The Nextcloud Office is not a fork of something else, but this is something where we really invest in. So we hired a dedicated team over the last 12 months who is just working on this kind of integration to make Nextcloud Office really, really good. This is really important because I mentioned earlier, Nextcloud is really used by a lot of governments and like big organizations to work with their documents. And the question is, of course, for us always, okay, what is important? What is the focus here? What we should improve? And because of that, we created an advisory board where we actually have representatives from lots of different government organizations all over Europe telling us what is important. And we take this input and make like Nextcloud Office as absolutely as good as possible. So what we did the last few months is we took the existing code and together with our colleagues from Collabra, we redid the complete user interface. So as you can see, it really looks very smooth and with nicer icons, nicer fonts, more JavaScript client-side rendering and so on. And yeah, it also looks a bit similar to the solutions you find somewhere else to make it just easy for everybody to use. It's also improved the performance a lot. The integration is there. You can directly pick a file from Nextcloud Files and add it to a Word or Excel document or whatever you want to do. So it's very nicely integrated. But today, of course, we want to take the next step and make it even better. So the first thing we are introducing today are custom fonts, because Nextcloud Office already comes with a bunch of nice default fonts that everybody can use, but there are some challenges to it. The first is, maybe in your organization you have some corporate font, some this special font that you always want to use for all your letters, for everything. Now we have the option for the admin to just upload it, and every user is able to use your custom font in all your documents. The second thing is that for really the best compatibility with Microsoft or Google products, you really want to have the same fonts in your documents, otherwise the text might flow differently. And there you can also upload your Microsoft fonts or whatever you have in your documents to really have the best compatibility. Yeah, and it's really nice. I mean, you can just upload it, delete it, and this needs to be done only once by the admin, and it's really available for every user. The next is this integration we already heard about earlier, that we really made Nextcloud Office available in all the different places where it makes sense. Here we are, as you heard earlier, we're in a chat conversation, or we might be in a video call, and in the middle of the conversation, of the call, we think, okay, someone should write meeting notes. Then you can just go to this menu and say like new text file, for example, or new spreadsheet or whatever, and there's a new document opened, and of course you can select the templates we have, and these templates can be custom, so everybody can have their own templates. It's like, when I'm meeting notes, there should always be like that, for example, or they can be pre-configured by the administrator for the whole organization. Or if you're in a conversation and then you say, okay, now we need to do some drawing, some brainstorming, then of course there's also the new diagram feature where you can do collaborative drawings in a document. And again, you can start it directly from this conversation. Then the next thing I want to show you is secure view. So that's a feature that we have for a while, but it's greatly improved in this release. So sometimes you have the challenge that you want to show someone a document, but a person should only be allowed to view it, but not to download it or to reshare it or just do nothing with it, but just to view it. Again, that's a requirement we hear a lot with confidential information. Some organizations have confidential information. It should be possible to show someone just a document without the option to get it. And there we have this option here, allow download, that you can enable or disable as you want. And if you disable it, the user just gets this view where you see the document, but as you can see on top, there's no way to edit it. So it's just a read-only view. And this release, we make it also possible for internal users, because not only with share links, but also inside your organization, someone is just allowed to share, to read the document, but nothing else. So if you look a bit closer, then you see there's even a bit more here, which are these watermarks here. Because one way where a document can leak is, of course, if someone makes screenshots of a secret document. But here we have this option to add watermarks to it, which then will also be in the screenshot. And this is something that can be enforced by the admin. So the admin can say every document that is tagged with confidential or something, or everything a certain LDAP user group does, or some other conditions, always should have these watermarks in it to prevent leakage of confidential documents. That brings me to the last point, which I personally find like the coolest and the most interesting one. The number one feedback we always get when we discuss with organizations, what can we do in Nextcloud Office to make it like as good as possible? The number one request is always, we need to have 100% document compatibility. Really, every document needs to work like absolutely same as with, I don't know, Microsoft Office, for example. It really needs to be absolutely everything. And together with, again, with our friends from Collabra, we're improving this a lot with the fonts here in this release and in lots of other ways. So we're really going from 90% compatibility to 95, to 98, to 99%, but we really want to have to 100%. So 99% is not enough. And sometimes there are really weird documents floating around with like embedded macros, super complicated embedded databases. A lot of crazy stuff is happening, is possible in Office documents, believe me. And this is really something that is really hard to do 100%. But we really want to have the 100%. Okay? And by the way, we are not the only ones who are struggling with that. If you use the online version of Microsoft 365, they also don't support this stuff. And if you use it in Google Docs, also doesn't work. But we really want to have a solution for that. And because of that, we introduce a new feature where we have this nice button here on top, which is local editing. What you can do, you can press this button, and then you get a dialog which asks you, do you really want to edit this document locally? And if you click yes, then what happens is that the document is automatically transferred to the client via our desktop client. It's locked on the server, so no one else can touch it in the meantime, so you don't have any conflicts. And it just opens with your local editor, which then has all the functionalities. Here, for example, LibreOffice that you can use. And then, of course, LibreOffice has a lot more features, mail merge and other crazy stuff, that you can do everything you want. And when the document closed, when you close the document, our desktop client notices this automatically, pushes the document back to the server and unlocks it, and everything is as with before, and you can keep on working in the browser together with other people. And of course, this works not only with LibreOffice, but if you really want to prefer to use like Microsoft Office as legacy product maybe, then, and it just opens the native editor, right? It just also then opens Microsoft Word, and it is really compatible with everything because this is Microsoft Word. And if it closes it, it pushes it back to the server. So I think this solution, it really makes sure that we're 100% compatible with everything. But that's not all. We want to do a little bit more even, because there are also other document types where we have at the moment, where it's at the moment not possible to edit them directly in the browser. Just one example here is a PSD file, a Photoshop file, but it can be all kinds of other proprietary format. But just take Photoshop as an example, and let's say I really want to edit this Photoshop file in Nextcloud. Then, as you see here, we have, again, the option, edit locally. You click on it. It locks the file, as you can see. It's now locked by me. Everybody sees it. I'm working on this file at the moment. No one else can touch it. There will be no conflicts. Then it pushes it to the client. Photoshop opens, in this example, or any other document editor you prefer. You do what you want, and once you close it, it's pushed back to the server, and you see that it's updated and the log is removed. So this makes it just super easy to work with all kinds of documents, whatever you prefer. What do you think? Okay, so let's talk about the last improvement we have. And this is, for me, a special one, because this is a very, very strategic thing that we are doing. So I think intelligence in software is something that is really important. I think that technology should help us to manage our life as good as possible, to remove mental load, to automate boring things away from us, to just make our life better. That's the job of technology. But of course, technology should not take away any privacy from us or any control. We still want to know what's happening, but it really should help us. And this is why we're investing a lot in intelligence in Nextcloud. And there we have a bunch of examples how Nextcloud can really help us to be more productive and really take away mental load. First example is recommended files. This is something that you probably already know. This is the feature that on top of the files list, you have these recommended files, and then based on behavior and change and who is editing what, it basically just recommends some files to you. So you don't really have to look into all the subfolders if the system already knows what you want to do and recommends it to you, and then you can access the file with one click. So that's the first thing. But again, as I said, it exists already. But this is the direction we are going. Another example is the share recommendations. Right? If you want to share a file with someone, you have here in the share dialog, you have recommendations. So before even typing a single character, where we have the autocomplete, obviously, it already suggested some names, because you might have shared the same kind of document with the same user in the past, and it already knows that you might do that. And again, with just one click, you can click on the person. Another thing is mail is inbox. As you know, I mean, most of you, at least I am, getting a ton of emails, and it's sometimes really exhausting to sort them and don't overlook something. And this is why we introduced Priority Inbox, which is a segment on top of your mail, mail list, where you get, again, with some intelligence, with some machine learning, the files, the mails that are probably most important for you. So this is then recommended to you immediately. Next example is suspicious logins. That's also a very fascinating feature, in my opinion. And this is, again, a neural network that's part of Nextcloud, which analyzes the login behavior. So it basically analyzes who logs in from where, doing what. And it trains it, and it then can detect if something unusual happens. For example, if a certain user logs in the middle of the night from an IP address from China, then this is maybe something wrong. And this then can trigger all kinds of things, like a warning or two-factor authentication or some other things. So this is something that is actually cool. And this is another app that is actually recommended to install as part of Nextcloud Hub 3. But now let's look into the cool new things we are doing. And the next thing is actually, if you really paid attention to the slides before, you probably might have known it. Because in the Nextcloud Photos section from Fabrice, we actually didn't mention one thing which is especially cool, that's part of Nextcloud Photos now, which is object and face recognition that we can do now. So every photo you upload via in Nextcloud Photos, again, with the auto upload from your mobile or manually, we do face recognition, again, with some machine learning component that is part of Nextcloud now, where it detects the different people that are in your photos. And if you click on a photo, you can then see all photos of this person. So this is super cool. Another example is object recognition. So the system can really detect all kinds of objects. You can detect that this is an aircraft, that there's a basket here, that this is a beach, and so on. And it automatically tags then the files according to what it detects. So this is actually very useful because first of all, you can browse it like that. You can say, show me all dogs or show me all coffee photos or something. But it also, of course, makes it possible to find it via the search. Because as you heard from Jos earlier, you can now search, or the unified search includes text now too. So if you just go into the search and you type in dog, you see all the dog photos. So this is very cool, I think. And this machine learning component can do even more. For example, if you manage your music collection in Nextcloud, then you can also detect automatically the music genre, what this song is. And this is not using a database or something. It really looks into the music and detects, well, this is jazz, or this is obviously rap, or something else. So again, this is something cool if you really prefer to have your music in Nextcloud. The last but not least, I want to show you something that I think is in the day-to-day life very useful, which is related resources. So as you know, that in Nextcloud, we have all these different components. We have these files, we have calendar, chat messages, deck boards, and so on and so on. And sometimes, if you really work together in a big team, it's hard to really understand, okay, where is what deck board, which calendar is by whom. And we also added some intelligence here that here on the side, you have related resources. So this means that you're in this folder here at the moment. This is a project folder for some project. It automatically detects that there is other things. There's maybe a talk, conversation, or there's a deck board or a shared calendar or something which is related because the same people have access to it, the same people are working on it, and it automatically recommends, well, related to these files is probably then this chat room. And this is, all, of course, also available from all directions. So again, if you're in this chat conversation, Nextcloud Talk, it shows in the sidebar, again, all the related project management boards or files or folders or whatever is related. So this is something which I think is, and this is just the beginning. We will invest in this kind of intelligence features a lot more. For my visionary in the future, Nextcloud can really take away a lot of boring things and a lot of thinking that we need to do just for doing our work and what we want to do, and really use the power of machine learning and all kinds of other intelligence to automate this kind of things. So from my perspective, this is really the job of technology to make our life easier, to take away mental load, and really make us more productive and at the same time with less thinking. But of course, the key is that this all happens like on the machine as open source. So all these features are all working locally. There's nothing is sent to any machine learning cloud or some other server. This all happens on your server, on your machine. If you follow the marketing from, I don't know, Amazon or Google or Microsoft, you might think that machine learning is only possible with their clouds. And that's, of course, bullshit. Right? That's really false marketing. All of that, what we can do, runs locally. It can run on a Raspberry Pi if you want. Really, no data need to leak anywhere. So this is the strategic direction we want to take here. So this wraps up Nextcloud Hub 3, which I think is really the biggest step forward that we did so far. It really rounds off a lot of edges, innovates in a lot of areas, and I'm really happy that we are able to be really innovative in a lot of areas, a lot better than what proprietary solutions can do, and this is really, really happy about that. There's today is the release candidate available. The final will be released in 2 weeks, but you can already test all of that, use this already now. If you're an app developer, if you already have an app for Nextcloud, you can use the opportunity also maybe during the conference to test everything to make sure that's compatible with the new version. And again, the final will be out in 2 weeks. So with all of that, I'm really happy that Nextcloud is a tool that is really useful for so many different kinds of people and scenarios. One is home, of course. I mean, we have 100,000 servers, who just not even users we don't know, but 100,000 of servers on the internet, lots of home users who just run it to keep their own data and their communication under control. For education, as I showed earlier, it's very useful. There are tons of schools and universities who use Nextcloud, like government organizations. Again, in Germany, digitalization is a big topic, but please do it right. That's a big thing. Service providers, if you really want to run your own, like Microsoft Google competitor, just take Nextcloud, put it on your infrastructure, and you have it. Or if you're just a company and an organization who want to do remote work, maybe with COVID, you have more people doing home office work, and you want to have a nice collaboration tool. Maybe you want to work towards a paperless office. Again, there's something where Nextcloud can help. So there's another last thing I want to talk about, which is how to install it and how to get it. So since the very, very beginning of it, it was always the goal to make installation as easy as possible for everybody. There's a lot of software out there where I really need to, it's quite complicated. But there's always the focus to make it like crazy easy to install it. The core of Nextcloud is still easy, just put it on the web server and it works. But nowadays we have so many components that you also need to set up and configure. Collabora Online for Nextcloud Office, for example. Or maybe you want to have a Redis for caching, maybe you have a good database. Or maybe you want to have a full-text search component. Maybe you want to use our high-performance backends for talk or for files for added functionality and speed. And it really gets a bit more complicated than that. And because of that, we created Nextcloud All-in-One, which is a Docker container image that you can just download, run wherever Docker runs, and everything is pre-configured. Everything is already there. You don't need to do anything. It just works with nice defaults, and yeah, everything is there. And there's already the things built in that are important for that. For example, updating the components. Obviously, updating needs to happen, so you can really update the different components here with a user interface. Don't need a command line at all. There's also Nextcloud Backup built in. So if you want to back up the instance or restore it, that's also built in. Obviously, that's something you really want if you want to run it like productively. So this is really like super nice to really set up in just a few minutes by everybody. Because again, our goal is to enable everybody to run their own instance, to decentralize the internet, and give you more privacy and security. But again, maybe running a Docker container even that is like too complicated. Then we want to make it even easier, and because of that, we work with a bunch of cloud and service providers where this is all on their website, and we can really deploy it with one click, and then you have your own instance running. So this is something we also do. Which brings me to the end of the presentation. I want to thank all of you for coming. Of course, this is just the beginning of the conference. We really have a lot of interesting talks, keynotes, workshops coming up. I think this will be really good. We really good to have a good time, my God. We really better have a good time. Let's change the world together. Really happy that we are back together in person. And thanks a lot for coming. But I think we still have a little bit of time. So if you want, we can still do a bit of a Q&A, a bit of a discussion, feedback from everybody, questions. And for that, I want to ask every speaker to come to the stage so that we can do this together. And you have the first question after 2 seconds, so it's good.
So I'm the person with the microphone. Just raise your hands. I come to you, give you the microphone, and I will try to come to you. Give me a second. So I'm here. I'm coming over as soon as possible. Let me wait until all of my colleagues are there. All right. Jeroen.
Hi, great stuff. I'm really enthusiastic about it. One question. So you can edit locally. Great. You lock it on the server. Okay, that's nice. But sometimes clients crash. I won't mention certain OS providers, but you know what I mean. And you have a locked file on your server and the client has forgotten all about it. What do you do then?
Yes, so the file lock is normally only 30 minutes, or you can go on the web and manually unlock it again. So it is never like locked for eternity. So you have always a second chance. Or you just use your mobile device and unlock this same file.
Hi, Nextcloud Office looks great. Which future do you foresee for the only Office module?
Okay, everybody gives me the microphone, I don't know why. As I said earlier, we support different Office solutions. At the moment, we support 4, actually. We support only Office, we Collabra, which is now becomes Nextcloud Office. We actually support Microsoft Office Online, also as a plugin. And we support Hancom Office from South Korea, exactly. And they all have their different pros and cons, and everything is supported. You can choose what you want. We decided that we want to have one nice default. This is like Nextcloud Office now, but if you want to use only Office, it's also supported.
Sorry, Frank, this again comes back to you, the microphone. But I woke up when you started talking about the face recognition. Is that stuff that, it's really exciting, is that stuff that is already in progress? Or like where is it in terms of development?
That's done and working.
Okay.
If you download the RC today, that's already included.
It's already included, okay,
yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
But everything we showed today is done and working. We are not a big fan of pre-announcements. I mean, this time we pre-announced 2 weeks, okay, but the RC is done, and yeah, that's all working.
Hi, I've got a bit of a broader question because I'm using Nextcloud mostly for working with human rights organizations in some developing countries and some really non-democratic countries, including like Russia. And so we always have the concern, can we actually manage can we actually ensure the safety of our deployments? So I wonder whether this is also a coming priority, whether kind of intrusion detection and prevention and ensuring this safety of Nextcloud installations is also something you're going to focus on. I mean, the problem is really that I'm not an IT professional. We don't have an IT department which does all those things. So I just wonder whether this is also something on your screen, whether Nextcloud could also be more usable to organizations which are vulnerable.
Yeah, thank you for your question. It's really a good point. And so there's kind of a double answer to that question. So first of all, of course, there are a lot of layers that Nextcloud builds on. I already mentioned in my section of the talk, I talked about the HTTPS, which is essentially handled in the layers under Nextcloud. So what we do is we have a number of checks and warnings that, if you have a badly set up system, Nextcloud will warn you about it as far as it can detect this. And of course, in Nextcloud itself, we do a lot of things. There's two-factor authentication, for example, which you should, of course, absolutely use. There are a couple of ways of doing it that include making it a little easier for the users, like using a notification that you can use your phone to approve the login rather than having to enter a code. And you can, as administrator, you can enforce this. We have our suspicious login detection, which can be quite helpful. It uses a neural network to train on the login data of a user, and when it sees like an uncommon pattern, for example, the user always logs in, you know, I mean, this is ideal for a 9-to-5 job, so it might be a bit harder if you travel a lot. But if you often log in at a similar time from the same place, and suddenly there's a login in the middle of the night from, you know, a different continent, there will be a notification to you, but also the administrator will get a notification. So there is a bit of monitoring, and of course we have encryption features and other features. But at the same time, I do want to say, if you're, you know, not an experienced admin and you're worried about security and privacy, I really, really recommend to try to get somebody on board or get help from somebody who really has experience with this, because there's tons of stuff that Nextcloud, even if we wanted to, could not do, intrusion detection and other features. And so, I don't know, security is always as safe as the weakest link, as they say. Obviously, the user there is often a weak link, and there's a lot of training you need to do to users. And there also, it means you need to know what needs to be done. So it's really important to try to get some external expertise to help you with this, because otherwise it's, yeah, no matter how much Nextcloud does, it's just risky business. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, team, I got a question from a live stream, small question. It's about the Photos app. The question is, does it also support MP4 videos?
Who knows?
So, like, the videos would basically show up in there. For the preview, it depends a bit on the server setup, because yeah, that is up to the administrator to configure video preview generation, basically. But in general, that would be supported. For displaying them in the, like, when you click them, it depends if the browser supports the embedded codec inside of the video file, basically. So I hope that answers it.
I have a small question. I see there is the release of this Nextcloud Hub 3 and also Nextcloud 25. And would you mind to dig a bit in the relationship between them and the difference?
Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for asking that. So this is a bit, maybe we should explain the history here a little bit. Obviously, in the beginning, there were only like the normal version numbers, 10, 11, 12, 13, and we reached 25 by now. We also introduced Nextcloud Hub as a concept, which is this bundle of all these applications. So Nextcloud originally was only the files part, but Nextcloud Hub is like the bundle of Talk and Calendar and Office and everything together. So this is why we introduced Nextcloud Hub number. We really want to move more to this Hub versioning. Like we have like Hub 3, and the next release will be Hub 4 and Hub 5, Hub 6. Again, for two reasons. One is, for us, as Daphne explained, for this is the future from us, like this collaboration suite with all these components. This is where we want to go, and this is why we want to stick with Hub, not only the files part, which is the pure Nextcloud. And another reason is, maybe that's a bit weird, but yeah, 25, 26, 27, it just gets a little bit high. So we start to count this 3 now. Nextcloud Hub 3 is then the current release. The next one will be Hub 4 and so on. So again, moving to the Hub concept first, and second is, yeah, having more reasonable version numbers, basically. Yeah.
Okay, team.
Just to be clear, inside it is called 25, and at some point it will be called 678 or something, but that's just internal. That's the internal thing, which no user should care about.
Right, team. I have another question from the live stream. Specific one. What machine learning component for face recognition is used? That's a very specific one.
Do we have somebody on the stage who can answer that? Julius can guess something.
Yeah, like I don't recall the exact name of the library, but it's basically like a Node.js library that is quite common for machine learning, and then there are like pre-trained models for like the object recognition and the face recognition, and then there's like for grouping the faces together, there's like some clustering involved. But yeah, that like of course it's all free software. It's in the repository of the Recognition app, Recognize app. Sorry. So yeah, feel free to check that out and have a look at that.
I don't know if Marcel is here already or if he's going to come. Ah, he's sick, sorry. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah, you can ask Marcel Claire online. He worked on that.
Yeah, you can look at the Recognize app from Marcel. I think that's what it is, right? I had 2 questions. So first question is, with the addition of related resources, does that mean that the existing project's functionality has been deprecated?
I'll answer that. Yes, because when while using it or watching people use it, we saw that it was much too complicated. Yeah, you need to do all of that. You need to configure everything of that yourself. Yeah, we always sort of wanted to make it more automatic, and so since it's so very similar, we decided we need to replace it because having 2 things for essentially the same thing is a bit complicated. So, well, of course, we can probably improve on the detection and everything, and yeah, we're going to improve on that. We think it's already much better than the existing thing, which is by default you don't have anything related there, which now is fixed by that you have something there without needing to do stuff manually.
Okay, I had one other question, which is on end-to-end encryption. And I understand that there's no timeline for the development of that app, but my question is, if you encrypt with it, is there any way to decrypt within the client side, from the terminal, from anything, to recover those files without the server app?
So the server app of end-to-end encryption is basically just like a file drop. It's just storing the encrypted file within our normal Nextcloud storage, and next to it, that's what the end-to-end encryption app is doing. They're just storing the metadata, which is also like 98% encrypted. So the server just gives to the client the metadata and the encrypted payload, and the encryption is done on this client side. So it's either on iOS, Android, or Windows desktop clients. So yeah, the actual work is done on client side. So yeah, the server is never involved, and of course the server has the encryption keys, but they are also again encrypted. So the server is always like, we assume that it is hacked and or done by a malicious admin. So we never trust the server, and all do locally on the clients.
I think the question is that you were looking for a command line tool to do it, correct? Well, so the client decrypts, right, as long as it has the key. If you lose the key, then all bets are lost. There's basically no way to recover. In theory, a command line client could be written that is not the desktop client and does it, but that doesn't exist in the moment. So you just, your best bet is to use a desktop client. Next question.
So Nextcloud has a few use cases. One is a small setup for a few users that can trust each other. One is for a company where everyone can sort of trust each other because they're bound by policy. And I'm currently managing a Nextcloud instance for a huge community-based organization with a low entry barrier and no trust in compliance. And I noticed that it's very challenging to get Nextcloud to avoid information leakage between users. Do you plan on improving that? Like, for example, what is shared by default in the profile, or if you create an event in the calendar, you share email addresses of all attendees and so on. And that's not very transparent to especially non-technical users.
Yeah, that's another very good question. Thanks for that. So with this kind of security and privacy, of course, always the question what the attack vector is. And there is also always a certain amount of trust that you have to give the administrator of the service you use. So we're trying to reduce it as possible. We just talked about end-to-end encryption, where the admin has no way to see the files, not even the file names, nothing, what you're working on. And then there are some additional configuration settings, that's probably what you mentioned, that are recommended to do. For example, you should disable the auto-completion, because with the auto-completion you could see which other people are on the same server, right? And there's some other things with profiles and other things to make sure that you don't really see other people that are there. But And we can get better there, but I just want to point out that there is a natural limit what we can do. Because what an admin of the server can always do, you can always log from which IP address, which user comes at what time, for example. This kind of metadata that can always be logged by the admin. So a scenario where a user can use Nextcloud and the admin has no way to abuse anything, that's not really solvable. We're trying to make it as good as possible, again with end-to-end encryption and with a lot of config settings to build like walls between the users and the user and the admin too. And we will get better there because we have this scenario. We have several big service providers with millions of users. They have exactly that challenge that you also have. But there are some natural limits. So yeah, the admin of a Nextcloud server can always see a little bit what's going on, unfortunately, just because they can see the network connections and stuff like that.
I think it was very much about the users being able to see things from each other, right? As Frank mentioned, for big service providers, we have this challenge. So there are some, the things he mentioned, like disabling autocomplete and the share settings are a couple of things. And there are some other parts of Nextcloud that will notice when these settings are set in a certain way and then, do the smart thing. But I think another thing to say, aside from those technical limitations, it's also kind of a conceptual thing that Nextcloud is just very much designed to facilitate sharing and collaboration. And so turning that off again is kind of, that's naturally conflicting sometimes. And like the defaults will facilitate sharing because that's, kind of the idea. So at some point, if you really need a strong separation, then you will need to do separate servers and things like that kind of tricks.
Yeah, that's a good idea, by the way. You can have a setup where every user has its own server. Why not? I mean, with something like Kubernetes, you can, no problem with handling like 1 million containers. This would be possible. Yeah.
And they will still be able to share if they want to via the federation features. So it's not they're completely disconnected because Nextcloud servers can always talk to each other. I don't know, it's just an idea because it's a fair bit of work, of course, and management, but there are solutions. It just depends on exactly what you need. So, any more questions?
Ahoy. Let's talk about the intelligence feature once more. Is it actually, each neural network, is it configurable and switched off or even partially switched off? For example, talking about data frugality, if I do not want tags to be created, and will there be or are there already core features which heavily rely on the intelligence feature?
So in the main AI stuff is a suspicious login detection. I think that's really running a neural network on the login data to predict if it might be a bad person trying to log in. And the second one I think is the one used, which is an app, yes, you can switch it off if you don't want that. And then the other main part where a neural network is being trained is the face detection, etc., which is also an app that can be turned on and off. I don't think you can turn it off per user, though. I think it is an admin system-wide setting. And, of course, you can also remove the app if you want to be 100% sure nothing goes there. But it stays, in all cases, of course, on the server. I think most of the other features at the moment rely on various statistics, which, are in the database anyway. So, there's little to turn off there.
I have another live stream question. So the AI features like face recognition, they do not send any photos to big tech servers. How is that possible? And will that really work even on a NAS server?
Yeah, this was my point earlier. Yes, it works. It really works. Yeah. No, that's like a total myth that only big tech can do machine learning. It's not true. It can happen on your Raspberry Pi.
All right. Kate?
How does the local editing know on which client it needs to open the file? Because there could be various scenarios where you don't really, you are not able to distinguish on the connection between a desktop client and the browser if it's on the same machine or a different machine on the same network, or could even be virtualization where you have multiple VMs and it doesn't know on which VM it opened. It should open.
It's actually kind of as the way it works, like you're in the browser, and in that browser you say edit locally, then it will, well, stop whatever editing is happening, lock the file, and simply call the browser integration of like run a local application. And it calls the Nextcloud client running on that system, and then that will open the file. So
okay, yeah, I think I understand now. Thanks.
Yeah, exactly. There's no confusion there. Next.
Allow me another small question from the live stream. I think this is for Jan and Misha. So, is this design available? Is the design already available?
Yeah, it is most certainly available. Like most of the things that we showed are already up and running. So if you have the latest version, you will be able to see the design on pretty much all of your apps, I think. They do use the view component, so, and I mean, on files it's still available, but you definitely can see it in the latest version. We're running it on our instance.
Although that's still RC, right? But it's, well, pretty decent, so I would say give it a try, run it on your test system maybe, and give us feedback so we can make sure that the final in a couple of weeks is perfect.
And if you're a developer who is here or online as well, please talk to us if you run into any issues or if you need help updating to the new design. Yeah, we're all here, front-enders, us designers. Yeah, let's make it look nice and proper.
All right. A question from live stream. What's the importance of the Office Advisory Board for Nextcloud? What do you intend to achieve with that board?
Yeah, maybe maybe it's obvious for everybody else, but for me it's not always obvious what we should focus on. So Office is crazy complicated, as some of you might know. If you just go through the menu, it has like 1 million features, like all offices, LibreOffice, Microsoft Office, everything. And the real question is what is important for everybody. And this is just where we want to have like feedback from real users. And as I said earlier, the focus here is a little bit that the most challenging users for this kind of online office, from at least my point of view, are really this like public administrations who are really lagging behind with digitalization. That's something that's very common in Germany, maybe in other countries too, where the people are really working with like super, whatever, 20-year-old outdated Word macros. This is really crazy. And for most consumers, this is a non-issue because everybody's using some kind of Word online editor or whatever, something, just or Markdown, I don't know, something simple. But there are organizations like this, like public administrations, we really have like crazy use cases. You wouldn't believe if you just like go to your authorities and you register your dog or something. I'm sure the process involves some kind of PDF creation, rescanning it, calling Visual Basic scripts, whatever weird stuff, right? This is really, that's the reality. And this is why we pick this group as organizations who tell us what they need. What do you really need to really replace Microsoft Office as good as possible. And there we get all this feedback. This is where this feedback coming from, that we really want to have the real fonts, not open source replacement fonts, but the real fonts, that we really need to be able to run the macros, this embedded OLA databases, whatever stuff. And this is where we get the input from. And yeah, maybe it's not obvious for everybody, but for us it's just very helpful to just get the feedback what we should do.
Okay, I have a question about the Windows client. As an administrator, I have a problem with users changing passwords on the Active Directory, and then the client sees that the password is not right, and then ask the user to reauthorize again. Why doesn't client try the logged in username and password when it authorizes to the server?
So I know such a similar problem on LDAP when you're changing the password on the external LDAP server, then each of every app token, which is stored on the Nextcloud server, which is used by the clients, needs to be re-encrypted with a new password. And this can only be done on the server side. So after changing a password on the Active Directory, I think it's enough to log in once via the online system. And then the app token is updated, and then the clients will work without any problems. So I think that should be the problem and the solution.
I think that at the moment when the password is changed, client starts the browser for the client to enter the password again.
Yeah, then it should work. But yeah, maybe it is a specific scenario with this Active Directory, and we can look into it later. Yeah.
Okay, and just one more question. When I change the installations, is there an easy way to port the user data? I mean, I have 200 users. How should I move their data to the new server?
So it depends a bit what you want to achieve by that. I mean, the thing is that in Nextcloud, what you basically want to migrate is the data directory, the database, and the config file that's in the config directory. These three pieces are basically the things that contain the changeable data and maybe the apps that you want to use. And if you just copy this over, then you have migrated your instance. I mean, I don't know if this answers the question. It depends a bit what you want to achieve, actually, to be honest. But these are the three things you need to back up and also move if you want to move to a different machine, for example. But we can talk about it later in detail if you want.
All right. Team, I have one last question. I saved it for last because it's kind of a broad question. It came from the live stream. I'm going to mention the name because perhaps you can reach out again. It's from Amon Reich. He asked, personal health data is one of the most sensitive data, and doctors, specialists, nurses need to share data like results, receipts, x-rays, etc. It would be nice if someone has experience and like to share. A bit of a broad question, but if somebody is able to say something about that.
Well, yeah, we actually have something for it, or actually two apps for it. One is called Health, simply, and one is called EHR, Electronic Health Records. I don't know if actually any of the developers of these apps are here, but they're on our App Store, they're on GitHub, and yeah, if you want to try them out, give them a try. I once uploaded like an X-ray I had of a broken bone. Worked well. I could view my broken bone, so. That kind of stuff you can do in Nextcloud also, yeah.
Excellent. And we invite Amon to come, of course.
And I want to add for that, so if you're wondering why hospitals aren't using Nextcloud, so some are. Actually, we will soon publish a case study of that. And on Tuesday at the Enterprise Day, there's actually a customer of ours, a hospital from the Netherlands, who will present a case study essentially of how they use Nextcloud to keep the private data of their patients safe.
Excellent. So, anybody some last-minute questions? Yes, that's always the case.
Change of usernames. I have a few times a year that people marry, they change their name, and I don't have a solution because it's also their login name. So how should I proceed? Should I create a new user, transfer the data, or what is the recommended practice?
Yeah, maybe we move really in the technical discussion here a bit, but I can answer that because it's also common question.
So people have to stop marrying that.
Yeah, this is this famous saying. It's a very famous misconception in computer science that names never change, which is like wrong, obviously, but yeah. It's actually interesting. So the username cannot be changed because it is used as a reference all over the place, in the file system, in log files, in the database, everywhere. But what you can do is you can hide it from the user because there's a display name, right, which can be changed to the new name, and there are different ways to authenticate where you don't need a username. Like with SAML or login via email, for example. You can also log in via email, which is working, Right? You can just tell the user, forget your username, log in via your new email that you can use, or use some other authentication method where there is no username. And it's not visible anywhere, it's completely hidden. You can just treat it as an internal ID, and the user will... Okay, now it gets complicated. Let's talk about it offline. But the strategy is not to change it, but to hide it from the user. That's the strategy. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
It's not a question, but I just wanted to say the improvements to accessibility and design in 25 in the release clients. I just wanted to say that I think it's a really laudable goal. And in testing it, I can't imagine how much time and effort it's taken across so many of the apps. So as someone who's tested it, I just want to say thank you, and I think it's a massive step forward that will only get better with time, and it's really great. So thanks.
Yeah, that's really nice to hear. I mean,
All right. I think that's it. Any questions? Last minute? All right. I want to thank everyone. Let's wrap it up. Everybody's here, of course. Yes, you can ask questions. Thank you, everyone, for those beautiful questions you had with us, and also from the live stream. And then we're going to wrap up. There are a few last remarks I want to make here. Some last things. Could you help me a little bit, Frank, with the slides thingy? Oh, yeah. Cool. All right. So there's something we need to pay some attention to, which is the code of conduct. So we have on our website, we have a page which talks about our code of conduct, but we also have a team today who you can reach out to if you feel you have something to share about this. We have Anna, Greta, and Jan here. They're waving their hands. If you have something to share, something you want to say, just go to them and talk to them. All right, something else I want to bring to your attention, you might already have known, you guys are pretty knowledgeable, I think, is the conference program. You can find it there, but that's like very much a high-level program. This one has a URL, which is impossible to memorize, perhaps some of you can, but the more easier thing is to use those QR codes you can find everywhere. If you scan them, it will open up a detailed program, and it allows you to set alarms for the talks you want to attend. And that way it's more easy, I think, for you to track and follow the talks you want to attend. All right, with that, thank you. Enjoy the day. Thank you for having you here, and I think it's lunchtime.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then, set details like who works on it and due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone has his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
In the old days, the almighty administrators managed who had access to what resources in the big directory. Things were clear and well organized, even if it could take a while for changes to be made. Today, Agile teams work together, and members manage and share their own data. It is more efficient in an ever-changing world, but it can get messy, and the company has little overview. Group folders in Nextcloud give you the best of both worlds. Admin and team leads manage company and team resources in a clear and consistent way, while individuals can ad hoc distribute data and collaborate. More productivity, more flexibility with Nextcloud. Receive a document in an email and share it with your colleagues using your file sharing tool. One of the colleagues who received it makes modifications to the document and shares it with the team in a chat room. From there, it gets edited by other colleagues who attach it to a task in the project management tool for tracking. One of them mails you a copy. Now you have 3 documents, and nobody knows for sure what the latest version is. Does this seem familiar? This is not an issue in Nextcloud. Let me show you how. I got this file shared with me. Let me share this into a conversation, then open it for editing. Now Christine can see it in chat and edit it. Yep, there's me too, the same file. She can open this file in her file view, easy. Just open it in a tab. From the sharing tab in the sidebar, she can directly attach it to a task in Deck, our project management app. Here's Leon, checking out the attachment in Deck. Him, Christine, me, all in the same document. No more mess.
I'm Thomas Hildmann from the Technical Universität Berlin, and I'm working at the data center there and providing Nextcloud for the whole staff and the students there.
Great. And what do you use Nextcloud for?
We are using Nextcloud for nearly everything that you can imagine at the university. We are storing our papers there, our raw data, and also things that is worked on the whole day.
And why is Nextcloud the best solution for you?
It is very well integrated in the infrastructure at the university. Everyone who starts at the university gets an account and can start with storing and sharing files and getting things shared from others.
So how many people are using Nextcloud?
On a daily basis, about 2,000 or 3,000, but we are about 20,000, 30,000 users over the time.
Okay, and what are they saying about Nextcloud? Do they like it? Have any feedback?
Yeah, it is a very important tool for them for the everyday work. Sure, we are using Nextcloud now for more than 10 years, and there were some periods where some things don't work as expected, but over the whole time it is something that is used every day, and yeah, and we see that's a very important tool for them.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways would you improve Nextcloud, or what would you like to see?
Yes, for us, scalability is a very important thing. We have a growing number of files in our Nextcloud instances, and yeah, at the moment we are on about 400 million files there, and still growing. And that's something we have to handle with, and that's for us the most important thing we have to look in the future.
Mm-hmm. What makes Nextcloud stand out among other solutions or our competitors?
First of all, it is. I think it's a user experience. It isn't possible to make people store their files in a solution that's not easy to use. So from the beginning, that was one of the main points we looked at, and it's still one of the things that I think it's outstanding. Another point is that we store all data in our own data center. We have full control of all the data, and yeah, the data is the treasure of the university. That's the point. So having control of it is the most important thing, I think.
Well, that's great to hear. What has changed in your organization since using Nextcloud?
Oh, it was a long time ago when we started with Nextcloud. So yeah, I cannot really remember how it was before. I think when I think back, I had this hard disk I carried from home to office and back, and we had all these CDs and so on. We exchanged and every Word file was exchanged by email and so on, and that's something that completely changed. Everything is in our Nextcloud, and everything can be shared to groups or other people and edited together, and that's the way that we work on files since years now. Yeah.
And personally, what's your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Oh, I like the deck Kanban board very much because in small groups it's a great tool to to track the task you have and to make notes on it. Why what has to be done next or what already happened there and so on, and yeah, it's a good visualization of the tasks that are coming up next, or what you do now and have already done. I think that's really good, and it is really good combined with the files. So you don't have to copy and paste things from, for example, the requirements or something like that. You just link the file with the requirements at the task, and you're done. That's something I really like. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice to hear, and I also agree. Deck is really a great tool, and at Nextcloud, between all us employees, we use it as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, today's Nextcloud Enterprise Day. How do you like the event?
Yes, I learned a lot again, and I saw some people I've been in contact for a long time, and that was also really great. And yeah, we talked. I talked with other administrators and decision makers and so on. And yeah, I think I'm going home with some new ideas.
Okay, and what would some of those ideas be? What's your biggest takeaway?
I think one of the biggest things is that we will start with a high availability solution for files the next month, and yeah, let us see how this deals with our database requests, and how we can make a next step to the scalability thing I mentioned at the beginning.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see you at the next Enterprise Day, and thank you.
In Nextcloud, you can choose to share files either as a link or internally with another user, group, or chat room. Here's how. To share as a link, click on the sharing icon by the file or folder you intend to share. Head to the Sharing tab. Click on the plus icon to create a new link. To share in an email, simply input the email address of the recipient in the section under the Sharing tab. And just like that, the recipient receives the file in their mail. You can also customize sharing options to match your preference. Find these settings under the sharing option of your choice. To share these files internally, simply input the name of the user, talk channel, or deck card you wish to share it with. Keeping track of activities on files, that's right. Check the Activity tab to see how. Sharing's been made easy. Forms. With Nextcloud Forms, you can create your forms or surveys with different questions. Share it with others who can fill it in at their leisure. Then you can view the results or export them to a spreadsheet. One of hundreds of apps in Nextcloud Hub.
I would just love for you to introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you so much. Nassim Shahin is my name, from Erzbistum Cologne, in Köln. I'm from the IT department. And we're working now with Nextcloud, trying to integrate everything in our company. And there are some good things and bad things about it. So I'm happy that I'm with you guys today.
What do you use Nextcloud for?
All right, so basically we're using Nextcloud as a platform to work together. All the employees or the colleagues in our company having now the ability to share files together, also to communicate in a modern way and secure way also, where we host all the files in our company for sure. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's like to work together in one cloud platform.
Yeah, so you were looking for a real collaborative platform.
Exactly, because the challenge now to have a platform where you can have this privacy, also transparency, and the management, where you can manage your IT in a good way. Also, you have to be sure also that your files are hosted in a secure environment. So that's where I think the power things about Nextcloud.
Okay, and what has changed in your organization since implementing Nextcloud?
Okay, so there are so many happy users, also so many angry users. I think it's normal for any new platform which you hear about or you start to integrate in your environment or your company. So for sure the data transfer, also the ability to transfer big data also per email or per mail or with link, or the ability to manage your file access yourself without having to have like an extra ticket to go to the also service provider and go through all this IT paper stuff or whatever, and also the flexibility working your personal work environment, also your work environment, and then this integration with a Windows file server. I think it's something really nice we can use, and so many people are happy about it. The big challenge also that you have to compare it and accept it whenever you are used to use a certain platform, for example. Like we already use another platforms from another companies, and for sure they have also another feature and something nice. For us, the IT admins, it couldn't be the ideal solution for the users. It's more convenience maybe. So the big challenge is to make everything so attractive and work very fine and good so that all the people will accept it and all happy users. I think it's a little bit hard to do, but we're doing well till now.
Okay, well, it's great to hear your feedback. What would you say makes Nextcloud stand out against competitors or other solutions?
First of all, the privacy, that the data are hosted in your company. Also, I wouldn't say in Europe or somebody else, as anywhere else, but I think it's a key feature also from Nextcloud to have the ability to host your own data. And also, I think the development team is doing really great, because all those updates and new features and this community platform where you can always speak with a development team himself, or asking for the new features, and then they hear you, they try to do it, and then those events, for example, caring about the customer. I think this is something very good, because you don't have this chance to do it with the big companies. So I think this is something really good to have also, and there are so many other things I can't think about it right now. I use Nextcloud also for my private things, like a private environment. Also, I'm happy that we are using it at work. So.
Yeah. So, what's personally your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Yeah, for sure. It's the file application. It's the most stable and nice feature in Nextcloud. In my opinion. I like it so much. I'm happy today that they announced that finally we can get notification if anybody calls us on the client. It's like a local client. It's amazing. also the improvement and stability about Nextcloud. This is something very, very important. And I hope that we have already, always, like we have new updates and things that we can, and new features also. So file app is my best, actually my message.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey, Carl. Nice hair, by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details.
All right, so today we're at Nextcloud Enterprise Day. Where are you coming from today?
I'm coming from Bielefeld, which is a fairly German town, and we are a full service provider for healthcare and social, and we're looking forward to use Nextcloud as an optional alternative to Microsoft 365.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. Glad you're here today. So what do you use Nextcloud for?
In the start, we're having a proof of concept for file sharing. We're starting with using DEC as a project management tools with customers. We have to invite Kanban as a method to them, but it works. And we're trying to build a whole stack based on Nextcloud Hub. The old stuff, chat, collaboration. We've spoken with Collabora about Office because we have pricing problems with the Microsoft enterprise plans, and most customers don't need a full stack Office. They need very basic word processing, very basic calc sheets, and so it's a very stable, very scalable setup. And that's why we are here, why we are connecting to other people's, doing some networking. We're really looking forward for the use cases that are in the after event show, and that's part. We're starting like Nextcloud started, file sharing, and then adding more and more features in our stack, which we provide to our customers.
Okay, and how many people are using Nextcloud then?
At the moment, 200. We are. It depends on how it's accepted by the customers. At the moment, we are managing about, let me guess, 18,000 users. I think there's a possibility that 2/3 of them will switch to Nextcloud and Collabora, or Nextcloud only, because there's no need for word processing, so that only management and departments like controlling still use Microsoft Stack. and all other users will use the open source stack in Nextcloud Enterprise. Talk is a very interesting product because you can combine it with Microsoft Teams, and so yeah, I hope about 70% of our users in the future will be able to use a stack not based on Microsoft.
What are your users saying about Nextcloud so far?
Nothing, and yeah, I'm coming from Ostwestphalia, and we don't. When we say if you don't complain, it's the biggest compliment you can have.
Okay, that's a good thing then. Just to clarify.
It really works. So you give them the interface, and you say, hey, here are your user credentials. Here's the URL. Just log in, use it, and we were very, afraid of having problems that the user can adopt to the web interface because it looks different to Microsoft. But our experience is the users are eager to try out, to explore the features, and so there is no negative feedback. Most people are happy to use it.
Okay, and personally, what is your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
My favorite feature in Nextcloud? I think DEC.
So what's something you wish Nextcloud had, or a way we can improve?
Just stay on focus, getting better performances in the web interface. That was a very great step ahead in the 24 release. And yeah, just focus on a very easy user interface and maybe more integration of mobile devices. So our customers switching to mobile devices as their main device, and the desktop is more and more a relic of the past. And so, more mobile devices, more tablet integration, DEC for mobile devices, all that stuff we already heard in the audience here. And just focus on the stuff you do and just make your way. So it would be a great product then.
Well, thanks for saying that. And yes, it would be nice to have DEC on the mobile. What is your favorite part about today, about this event?
The networking, the use cases, and the experience of the other people around with solving problems we still have. And so it's, the exchange with the people, the networking.
And what's your greatest takeaway from today?
Our greatest takeaway that we are on the right path. So we've spoken with your Sportfillet, and there's a use case from a hospital company later on, and that are exactly the problems we have to solve at the moment. And so, that's a part. So others have solutions based on Nextcloud. So, biggest takeaway is it is a possible path for us.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then, set details like who works on it and due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone had his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
In the old days, the almighty administrators managed who had access to what resources in the big directory. Things were clear and well organized, even if it could take a while for changes to be made. Today, Agile teams work together, and members manage and share their own data. It is more efficient in an ever-changing world, but it can get messy, and the company has little overview. Group folders in Nextcloud give you the best of both worlds. Admin and team leads manage company and team resources in a clear and consistent way, while individuals can ad hoc distribute data and collaborate. More productivity, more flexibility with Nextcloud. Receive a document in an email and share it with your colleagues using your file sharing tool. One of the colleagues who received it makes modifications to the document and shares it with the team in a chat room. From there, it gets edited by other colleagues who attach it to a task in the project management tool for tracking. One of them mails you a copy. Now you have 3 documents, and nobody knows for sure what the latest version is. Does this seem familiar? This is not an issue in Nextcloud. Let me show you how. I got this file shared with me. Let me share this into a conversation, then open it for editing. Now Christine can see it in chat and edit it. Yep, there's me too, the same file. She can open this file in her file view, easy. Just open it in a tab. From the sharing tab in the sidebar, she can directly attach it to a task in Deck, our project management app. Here's Leon checking out the attachments in Deck. Him, Christine, me, all in the same document. No more mess.
I'm Thomas Hildmann from the Technical Universität Berlin, and I'm working at the data center there and providing Nextcloud for the whole staff and the students there.
Great. And what do you use Nextcloud for?
We are using Nextcloud for nearly everything that you can imagine at the university. We are storing our papers there, our raw data, and also things that is worked on the whole day.
And why is Nextcloud the best solution for you?
It is very well integrated in the infrastructure at the university. Everyone who starts at the university gets an account and can start with storing and sharing files and getting things shared from others.
So how many people are using Nextcloud?
On a daily basis, about 2,000 or 3,000, but we are about 20,000, 30,000 users over the time.
Okay, and what are they saying about Nextcloud? Do they like it? Have any feedback?
Yeah, it is a very important tool for them for the everyday work. Sure, we are using Nextcloud now for more than 10 years, and there were some periods where some things don't work as expected, but over the whole time it is something that is used every day, and yeah, and we see that's a very important tool for them.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways would you improve Nextcloud, or what would you like to see?
Yes, for us, scalability is a very important thing. We have a growing number of files in our Nextcloud instances, and yeah, at the moment we are on about 400 million files there, and still growing. And that's something we have to handle with, and that's for us the most important thing we have to look in the future.
Mm-hmm. What makes Nextcloud stand out among other solutions or our competitors?
First of all, it is. I think it's a user experience. It isn't possible to make people store their files in a solution that's not easy to use. So from the beginning, that was one of the main points we looked at, and it's still one of the things that I think it's outstanding. Another point is that we store all data in our own data center. We have full control of all the data, and yeah, the data is the treasure of the university. That's the point. So having control of it is the most important thing, I think.
Well, that's great to hear. What has changed in your organization since using Nextcloud?
Oh, it was a long time ago when we started with Nextcloud. So yeah, I cannot really remember how it was before. I think when I think back, I had this hard disk I carried from home to office and back, and we had all these CDs and so on. We exchanged and every Word file was exchanged by email and so on, and that's something that completely changed. Everything is in our Nextcloud, and everything can be shared to groups or other people and edited together, and that's the way that we work on files since years now. Yeah.
And personally, what's your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Oh, I like the deck Kanban board very much, because in small groups it's a great tool to track the task you have, and to make notes on it. What has to be done next, or what already happened there, and so on. And it's a good visualization of the tasks that are coming up next, or what you do now and have already done. I think that's really good, and it is really good combined with the files. So you don't have to copy and paste things from, for example, the requirements or something like that. You just link the file with the requirements at the task, and you are done. That's something I really like. Yeah.
Okay, that's nice to hear, and I also agree. Deck is really a great tool, and at Nextcloud, between all us employees, we use it as well.
Yeah.
So today's Nextcloud Enterprise Day. How do you like the event?
Yes, I learned a lot again, and I saw some people I've been in contact for a long time, and that was also really great. And we talked. I talked with other administrators and decision makers and so on. And I think I'm going home with some new ideas.
Okay, and what would some of those ideas be? What's your biggest takeaway?
I think one of the biggest things is that we will start with a high availability solution for files the next month, and let us see how this deals with our database requests, and how we can make a next step to the scalability thing I mentioned at the beginning.
Okay, great. Well, we hope to see you at the next Enterprise Day, and thank you.
In Nextcloud, you can choose to share files either as a link or internally with another user, group, or chat room. Here's how. To share as a link, click on the sharing icon by the file or folder you intend to share. Head to the Sharing tab. Click on the plus icon to create a new link. To share in an email, simply input the email address of the recipient in the section under the Sharing tab. And just like that, the recipient receives the file in their mail. You can also customize sharing options to match your preference. Find these settings under the sharing option of your choice. To share these files internally, simply input the name of the user, talk channel, or deck card you wish to share it with. Keeping track of activities on files, that's right. Check the Activity tab to see how. Sharing's been made easy. Forms. With Nextcloud Forms, you can create your forms or surveys with different questions. Share it with others who can fill it in at their leisure. Then you can view the results or export them to a spreadsheet. One of hundreds of apps in Nextcloud Hub.
I would just love for you to introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you so much. Nassim Shahin is my name, from Erzbistum Cologne, in Köln. I'm from the IT department, and we're working now with Nextcloud, trying to integrate everything in our company. And there are some good things and bad things about it, so I'm happy that I'm with you guys again.
What do you use Nextcloud for?
All right, so basically we're using Nextcloud as a platform to work together. All the employees or the colleague in our company having now the ability to share files together, also to communicate in a modern way and secure way also, where we host all the files in our company for sure. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it's like to work together in one cloud platform.
Yeah, so you were looking for a real collaborative platform.
Exactly, because the challenge now to have a platform where you can have this privacy, also transparency, and the management, where you can manage your IT in a good way. Also, you have to be sure also that your files are hosted in a secure environment. So that's where I think the poor things about Nextcloud.
Okay, and what has changed in your organization since implementing Nextcloud?
Okay, so there are so many happy users, also so many angry users. I think it's normal for any new platform which you hear about or you start to integrate in your environment or your company. So for sure the data transfer, also the ability to transfer big data also per email or per mail or with link, or the ability to manage your file access yourself without having to have like an extra ticket to go to the service provider and go through all this IT paper stuff or whatever. And also the flexibility working your personal work environment, also your work environment, and then this integration with a Windows file server. I think it's something really, really nice we can use, and so many people are happy about it. The big challenge also that you have to compare it and accept it whenever you are used to use a certain platform, for example. Like we already use another platforms from another companies, and for sure they have also another feature and something nice. For us, the IT admins, it couldn't be the ideal solution for the users. It's more convenience maybe. So the big challenge is to make everything so attractive and work very fine and good so that all the people will accept it and all happy users. I think it's a little bit hard to do, but we're doing well till now.
Okay, well, it's great to hear your feedback. What would you say makes Nextcloud stand out against competitors or other solutions?
First of all, the privacy, that the data are hosted in your company. Also, I wouldn't say in Europe or somebody else, as anywhere else, but I think it's a key feature also from Nextcloud to have the ability to host your own data. And also, I think the development team is doing really, really great, because all those updates and new features and this community platform where you can always speak with a development team himself, or asking for the new features, and then they hear you, they try to do it, and then those events, for example, caring about the customer. I think this is something very good, because you don't have this chance to do it with the big companies. So I think this is something really good to have also, and there are so many other things I can't think about it right now. I use Nextcloud also for my private things, or like a private environment. Also, I'm happy that we are using it at work. So.
Yeah. So, what's personally your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
Yeah, for sure. It's the file application. It's the most stable and nice feature in Nextcloud. In my opinion. I like it so much. I'm happy today that they announced that finally we can get notification if anybody calls us on the client. It's like the local client. It's amazing. Yeah. Also the improvement and stability about Nextcloud. This is something very, very important, and I hope that we have already always like we have new updates and things that we can, and new features also. So, File app is my best achievement.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey, Carl. Nice hair, by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in Deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details.
All right, so today we're at Nextcloud Enterprise Day. Where are you coming from today?
I'm coming from Bielefeld, which is a fairly German town, and we are a full service provider for healthcare and social, and we're looking forward to use Nextcloud as an optional alternative to Microsoft 365.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. Glad you're here today. Yeah, so what do you use Nextcloud for?
In the start, we're having a proof of concept for file sharing. We're starting with using Deck as a project management tools with customers. We have to invite Kanban as a method to them, but it works. And yeah, we're trying to build a whole stack based on Nextcloud Hub. The old stuff, chat, collaboration. We've spoken with Collabora about Office because we have pricing problems with the Microsoft enterprise plans, and most customers don't need a full stack Office. They need very basic word processing, very basic calc sheets, and so it's a very stable, very scalable setup. Yeah, and that's why we are here, why we are connecting to other people's, doing some networking. We're really looking forward for the use cases that are in the after event show, and yeah. That's part. We're starting like Nextcloud started, file sharing, and then adding more and more features in our stack, which we provide to our customers.
Okay, and how many people are using Nextcloud then?
At the moment, 200. We are. It depends on how it's accepted by the customers. At the moment, we are managing about, let me guess, 18,000 users. I think there's a possibility that 2/3 of them will switch to Nextcloud and Collabora, or Nextcloud only, because there's no need for word processing. So that only management and departments like controlling still use Microsoft Stack. And all other users will use the open source stack in Nextcloud Enterprise. Talk is a very interesting product because you can combine it with Microsoft Teams. And so, yeah, I hope about 70% of our users in the future will be able to use a stack not based on Microsoft.
Mm-hmm. What are your users saying about Nextcloud so far?
Nothing, and yeah, I'm coming from Ostwestphalia, and we don't. When we say if you don't complain, it's the biggest compliment you can have.
Okay, that's a good thing then.
Yeah,
just to clarify.
It really works. So you give them the interface, and you say, hey, here are your user credentials. Here's the URL. Just log in, use it, and we were very, afraid of having problems that the user can adopt to the web interface because it looks different to Microsoft. But our experience is the users are eager to try out, to explore the features, and so there is no negative feedback. Most people are happy to use it.
Okay, and personally, what is your favorite feature of Nextcloud?
My favorite feature in Nextcloud? I think DEC.
So what's something you wish Nextcloud had, or a way we can improve?
Just stay on focus, getting better performances in the web interface. That was a very great step ahead in the 24 release. And yeah, just focus on a very easy user interface and maybe more integration of mobile devices. So our customers switching to mobile devices as their main device, and the desktop is more and more a relic of the past. And so, more mobile devices, more tablet integration, DEC for mobile devices, all that stuff we already heard in the audience here. And just focus on the stuff you do and just make your way. So it would be a great product then.
Well, thanks for saying that. And yes, it would be nice to have DEC on the mobile. What is your favorite part about today, about this event?
The networking, the use cases, and the experience of the other people around with solving problems we still have. And so it's, the exchange with the people, the networking.
And what's your greatest takeaway from today?
Our greatest takeaway that we are on the right path. So we've spoken with your Sportfillet, and there's a use case from a hospital company later on, and that are exactly the problems we have to solve at the moment. And so, that's a part. So others have solutions based on Nextcloud. So, biggest takeaway is it is a possible path for us.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
Deck. Teams use the Deck project management app in Nextcloud to collaborate efficiently. Deck works with boards, as you can see on the left. I have my private board, a board with the tasks shared in my team, and a project-specific board. You can easily create a card by using the plus and typing the description of what needs to be done. Then, set details like who works on it and the due date. You can attach files by drag and drop, selection, or sharing directly to a task from the Nextcloud Files app. You can also leave comments and track what happened to a task in the timeline. When you start working on a task, you can move it to another stack, but you can also move a card to another board. And if you need to make sure your colleagues ignore the notification when you assign the task, you can share it into your team chat.
I think it's fantastic. It's great to see people face to face and to meet, folks from Nextcloud, but also a lot of the users of the platform.
It's a great opportunity for me to learn in one day a deep insight in Nextcloud.
For me, it's a good chance actually to talk a bit to the management, other users or other enterprises using Nextcloud and seeing a bit their strategy behind how they're using it, and so far it's really good.
I like the size a lot. It gives the opportunity. I mean, big conferences are important, but it's also good to be able to connect with everyone.
Everyone has his own philosophy how to use Nextcloud in their company, and sharing this with everybody and having those new ideas, I think it was great.
So I think it's a great forum. It would take me a year to talk to this many people.
In the old days, the almighty administrators managed who had access to what resources in the big directory. Things were clear and well organized, even if it could take a while for changes to be made. Today, Agile teams work together, and members manage and share their own data. It is more efficient in an ever-changing world, but it can get messy, and the company has little overview. Group folders in Nextcloud give you the best of both worlds. Admin and team leads manage company and team resources in a clear and consistent way, while individuals can ad hoc distribute data and collaborate. More productivity, more flexibility with Nextcloud. Receive a document in an email and share it with your colleagues using your file sharing tool. One of the colleagues who received it makes modifications to the document and shares it with the team in a chat room. From there, it gets edited by other colleagues who attach it to a task in the project management tool for tracking. One of them mails you a copy. Now you have 3 documents, and nobody knows for sure what the latest version is. Does this seem familiar? This is not an issue in Nextcloud. Let me show you how. I got this file shared with me. Let me share this into a conversation, then open it for editing. Now Christine can see it in chat and edit it. Yep, there's me too, the same file. She can open this file in her file view, easy. Just open it in a tab. From the sharing tab in the sidebar, she can directly attach it to a task in Deck, our project management app. Here's Leon, checking out the attachment in Deck. Him, Christine, me, all in the same document. No more mess.
I'm Thomas Hildmann from the Technical Universität Berlin, and I'm working at the data center there and providing Nextcloud for the whole staff and the students there.
Great. And what do you use Nextcloud for?
We are using Nextcloud for nearly everything that you can imagine at the university. We are storing our papers there, our raw data, and also things that is worked on the whole day.
And why is Nextcloud the best solution for you?
It is very well integrated in the infrastructure at the university. Everyone who starts at the university gets an account and can start with storing and sharing files and getting things shared from others.
So how many people are using Nextcloud?
On a daily basis, about 2,000 or 3,000, but we are about 20,000, 30,000 users over the time.
Okay, and what are they saying about Nextcloud? Do they like it? Have any feedback?
Yeah, it is a very important tool for them for the everyday work. Sure, we are using Nextcloud now for more than 10 years, and there were some periods where some things don't work as expected, but over the whole time it is something that is used every day, and yeah, and we see that's a very important tool for them.
Mm-hmm. And in what ways would you improve Nextcloud, or what would you like to see?
Yes, for us, scalability is a very important thing. We have a growing number of files in our Nextcloud instances, and yeah, at the moment we are on about 400 million files there, and still growing. And that's something we have to handle with, and that's for us the most important thing we have to look in the future.
Mm-hmm. What makes Nextcloud stand out among other solutions or our competitors?
First of all, it is. I think it's the user experience. It isn't possible to make people store their files in a solution that's not easy to use. So from the beginning, that was one of the main points we looked at, and it's still one of the things that I think it's outstanding. Another point is that we store all data in our own data center. We have full control of all the data, and the data is the treasure of the university. That's the point. So having control of it is the most important thing, I think.
Well, that's great to hear. What has changed in your organization since using Nextcloud?
Right. So this afternoon we have the panel discussion on the program, but before we do that, we had a friendly app contest at Nextcloud, and we have something special and an award around that. I would like to ask Daphne to come on stage. Oh, Daphne, let's later wait a bit. People are joining. Right. The Nextcloud app contest before we go into the panel discussion. All right. So we had this friendly app contest, and we have some information to share about that, and I would like to ask Daphne to come on stage to talk about that. Daphne.
Hello. Hello again. So yeah, we have an announcement to make because maybe you've heard of it, but we run a friendly app contest because we would just like to support all the lovely developers who are creating all these great apps and functionalities on top of Nextcloud. In fact, I saw there are already more than 300 apps in the App Store. Exactly. So as part of the Nextcloud developer program, we wanted to support the great ideas. So we hosted a... Oh, that's perfectly working. What should I do? Support, please. Suspense for the announcement of the winner. Okay. Shall we do without slides? Now, who has any questions about the app contest?
Nextcloud.
Wait for it. No spoilers. Well, we are fixing. Let's do the wave. Mariah, I can do it without slides if you want. Clay, yeah? Yep, there you go. Woohoo! Yeah, so you might wonder what were the rules of the app contest. Well, basically everyone who uploaded an app in August to the App Store participates, and the best app wins one-on-one mentoring slots with Nextcloud employees, for example, with the design team and the engineering team. We also give out some money, 500 euros for the winner, and the best prize of all, a Nextcloud mug, famous mug. So that levels up the tension even further. But let me first go through the entries. There have been 6 entries, 6 contributions. And just to give you some inspiration of what you could be doing with developing apps, let me show them to you one-on-one in chronological order. So the first app that was contributed was called Calendar Newsletter by Marco Zich. And with this app, it's a full newsletter solution for Nextcloud to create newsletters and schedule sending the newsletter. The second app was called Salat Time by Mohammed Ismail Mejri. And with this app, you can schedule Islamic prayer times. The third app is Google Docs Redirect. So it is for those users that are not here today, hopefully, who are still using Google Docs, very legacy software. Don't use it, but if you happen to have used it in the past, you might have Google Docs files. And if you have them stored in your Nextcloud, because of course you switch to Nextcloud, then if you click on them, then it will not download the file, but it will redirect you to a Google Docs URL. Then another app is Money by Paul Turk. And this is a finance manager for Nextcloud, which comes with an extra additional feature to develop financial reports. And then the fifth app is Workspace, which is a new version of the Nextcloud group folder app by Cyril Boulou, Baptiste Fautia, and their team. They're even here today. Maybe you can wave. Hello. So to understand the app, you need to know a bit about group folders. Maybe not everyone is known with it, but group folders is a solution because if you have files and you share them in Nextcloud, then the files and the shares are owned by one single user. Well, if this user somehow disappears, which is a bit shady, but it can happen, then the files and the shares are gone. So the group folder app solves this problem. So an admin can configure folders that are owned by the collective. However, a limitation is this can only be done by the admin, and with the Workspace app, dedicated users can create group folders. And then the sixth app, the last app, is Holiday Calendars by Thomas Sittarel. And with holiday calendars, then you find an extra setting in the general settings overview of Nextcloud under groupware, and there you can subscribe to, what is it? Public holidays, religious holidays, and school vacations. And then once you subscribe, those holidays appear in Nextcloud Calendar. Now, to get back to the initial question, who is the winner? Of course, everyone is a winner in Friendly App Contest, and we found it very, very hard to pick one. So we decided to have two winners and an honorable mention award. Yeah, if you can't choose, you have to find a solution, so that's what we did. So let me start with announcing the honorable mention award. Now, drum rolls? No? Okay. Tom, 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 tom. The Honorable Mention Award goes to the Workspace team. Yay, applause. Well, the Workspace app is, in the opinion of the jury, a little bit difficult to set up. It is a very interesting use case for larger enterprises, and we see a ton of potential in the future. So big applause to the Workspace team. Then let's move to the first of the two winners. The first winner is Calendar Newsletter. Applause. We thought the app was very well designed, very easy to use and to set up, and also useful for such a large amount of Nextcloud users, especially those running Nextcloud for smaller organizations, and you wish to use a newsletter solution. We think this is a great way to send your newsletters out. And then the second winner of today is Holiday Calendars. We thought holiday calendars will be useful to basically all Nextcloud users that are in this room today. I think we all at the moment where we wondered if we are off tomorrow or not. No, you won't be off tomorrow, you will be at the conference. But best congratulations to all these winners, and thanks for the contributions. And of course, all the apps that are contributed and are in the App Store are great. And we really recommend every one of you to check them out and to try them out and to use all these functionalities available. Warm congratulations to the winners. And do you want to learn how you can contribute to Nextcloud? Then we are now moving to the panel session where we are going to discuss how you can contribute to Nextcloud. Thank you.
We're not going to use this.
Okay, just sit down. Please. We also need technical support. Just move that.
It doesn't want to open.
All right. Oh, no, it's on the... Mac OS design, yeah, it's not great. Not great. Okay. So, first, thanks to all participants of the app contest. What a coincidence, we're doing a panel on how to contribute. So, yeah, it's also a sort of participation, writing an app. But there's, of course, many more. And as you might see here, first, there's a link directly to the contribution page, which many of you probably already know, nextcloud.com/contribute. But also, something that we're doing as a bit of an experiment, which is also an experiment in contribution and collaboration. You see here the community collective link that was mentioned before. You might have seen some of the QR codes are for the program. Some of them are for the collective. This is the link for the collective, odoo.nextcloud.com/r/UK2. Has nothing to do with Brexit, don't worry, but that's a short link. So there you can list anything regarding the sessions. You can write down notes for this session, for example, share it with others for any of the other talks. There's a playground there. If you've never used collectives before, you can try out some of the features, some of the things that were presented in the keynote. Yeah, it's and if you find something, you can give feedback to us, of course. Yeah, it's a little bit of an experiment. So yeah, hope you enjoy that. Welcome to this panel, how to contribute. Let me first introduce everyone. So first, we have my dear colleague, Nimisha Vijay, who's designer at Nextcloud. Yeah, saw her before. And she's also going to give a lightning talk tomorrow about how to contribute to Nextcloud design. So if you want to know more about that beyond this panel, listen tomorrow. Then we have Pedro Silva from Collabora Online, doing UX and community management there. And he's doing a workshop, actually, about how to contribute design to Collabora.
How to contribute to rich documents.
To rich documents.
And also
and to Nextcloud Office. Yeah,
everything.
Tomorrow as well. Yeah. So, yeah.
Yes.
And
hopefully
then
Raul will also help.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Hopefully Raul will also help.
I'm sure he will. Now everyone knows that he needs help. So.
Now he has my plan.
So, all right, and then of course we have Greta Docci, software engineer in the groupware team. Yeah, also from Nextcloud. And I'm Jan. I'm doing design at Nextcloud, as you might know from the keynote, maybe. All right, so. Briefly mentioned before, contribution is of course not only code, but it's also design. You notice that we have quite some designers here. It's of course also writing documentation. It's doing the website. It's doing translations. It's doing community management, being at events. Doing so many different things, answering questions on the forum,
asking questions on the forum because someone will maybe look for them, someone else. Yeah? It's so many different things. Yeah, testing, bug hunting, like there's so many things I can't even mention them all. Yeah? And so this is sort of a panel to give you a bit of a start, a bit of an idea how you can get involved, and also to share some maybe some more personal stories of how we got involved in open source and in Nextcloud specifically, and what are some specific tips and tricks that we have to share. Yeah. We'll have to look at the time, but maybe afterwards you can also ask some questions, but I'm not entirely sure about that. But you can also, of course, ask us in person at the conference. Yeah, we're here. So then the first sort of question would be, or the first sort of intro is, how did you start contributing to open source, and how did you get involved in Nextcloud? Let's start maybe with Nimisha.
Yeah, sure. So I've been interested in open source for a pretty long time. I was a user of Ubuntu, and I'm from India, and over there it's a little bit like cool and alternative. So I was interested in open source for a while, but because I'm not super great with coding, I felt a little bit intimidated by how difficult it is to sort of get involved, I think. When I got interested in design, I came across Nextcloud, and I saw that there was a dedicated sort of design page, and I saw that there were people working on design. So I just sent an email actually saying, hey, can I please get involved? And then they were like, yeah, sure, I guess. And then I got involved. It was super chill, and now I work for Nextcloud as a designer. So this is, I guess, my first experience contributing to open source, but I think it was a super fun and smooth one. So maybe Pedro?
Cool. Yeah. I think I started to be interested in open source, and can you hear me?
Move your mic a bit closer to the...
No, the mic is on, right?
Yeah, but a bit closer to the mouth, maybe.
Okay.
That's fine.
Thanks. Maybe we can do this during the whole panel discussion. Is it okay? Can you hear me?
No. Don't move it, just start.
Yes, can you hear me? Yes. Much better. Yeah, so I started to get into open source, I think, during my pre-teens. I got to know about this Kurumin, which was some distribution from Brazil. I'm Portuguese, by the way, so it just I felt at home there. And then fast forward, and when I was already interested in design and graphic design and all these things, I just came across this motto I still follow, which is like follow by example. And so I just remember to meet the fellows from the Manufactura Independent, which I think you know as well, Jan. And it's a cool collective, design collective, doing cool stuff with the open source tools and for open source projects. And that's it. And I just contributed a bit here, a bit there, yeah, by mock-ups, I don't know, for Inkscape, or doing a little bit translations of the things I use. So it's a bit all over the place and not really organized. It's just the things that appear, the things I could help with. That's it.
Very nice, super. For me, it was actually because of Linux. When I was in high school, I was one of the cool kids in school, and for me, that was kind of entertaining. I was using Linux starting from high school, and then when I decided to study for computer science and then moved back to the capital of Albania, I'm from Albania, I decided to kind of, apart from a user, to be also a contributor. So that this is how I start looking for communities that would do Linux workshops or Wikipedia, writing context, and then ending up with Nextcloud. So for me, it was kind of that. Briefly, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I can also share briefly my thing. Like for me, it was a lot about actually DIY. Like I love the do-it-yourself aspect of open source, because like in Windows and macOS and so on, you cannot really change a lot unless you start working there. And here, everyone can start working on this, and on open source. So that's what I really liked about it. It's like a very sort of this punk aspect and do-it-yourself thing is what I really kind of love about it. Yeah, cool. So next sort of topic or question would be, what helped you initially, especially, and also what did you see as the biggest barrier, so at the same time. So yeah, does anyone want to start? Maybe Greta, you want to start?
Sure, I'm the technical part here. Do you want to start with the technical part? I'm a technical person, but weirdly enough, when I started with Linux, Wikipedia, and then Nextcloud, I also some Mozilla stuff. I only did either I organized event for people to participate in these events to kind of advocate for open source, or I worked on translation. Like I have a thing, I really like my language, so I had to make sure that the projects that I was a fan of, they have to be in into the Albanian language. So. Yeah, for example, I think that the way how I got involved with Nextcloud, it was people poking me on GitHub to translate stuff into the Albanian language after they added some new strings or something. I think this is how it was. I think I also remember the project. There was some stuff for Android, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, and then I think maybe this is one of the barriers that I might mention here. So as a technical person, I really wanted to contribute in the technical part, like writing code or fixing bugs, or I don't know, doing some administration stuff, because I used to know stuff about it, but not anymore. I'm a dev now, so yeah, that's best. So yeah, for me, it was one of the barriers. It was the documentation. Like for some reason, it was overwhelming for me. Like it happened with Wikipedia. Like I know so many people there, and I only contributed by writing articles. While like I knew how to fix stuff, and I didn't because of the first step, I would say. And then it was kind of the same thing with Nextcloud. Like I used to translate a lot of documents, but not contribute in any way in a technical level. So yeah, like what worked for me and for some people that I know, but I don't think it's a general thing, it was like meeting in-person people that either are very active contributors in a certain project or they are employees. So for both projects, but especially for Nextcloud, because when I started, I didn't stop, and I think I'm kind of, I'm very proud, but also because kind of with all the projects that I contributed in a way or another, I ended up getting hired, so I'm very proud of that. But this is a thing at Nextcloud, so it's not very special anymore. Like we hire a lot of community people, which is really great, and I really like that. But yeah, like the documentation was overwhelming. Like every time I started to read documentation to actually send a PR, I just stopped at documentation. And then meeting people in person was helpful because there was somebody telling me, just do this, and yeah, that's all you need, kind of.
Sort of direction, was important.
Exactly. Documentation is direction, but if you don't know where to look, sometimes it's overwhelming.
Cool.
Yeah, I think like I'm a community manager at Collabra, so the thing I noticed the most, it's maybe sometimes we need to be more patient on both ends.
Only sometimes?
Always, yeah. I mean, the person who wants to start to contribute, but also the other person on the other side also needs to be a little bit more patient. So, and sometimes it's sad because sometimes if we just wait a bit longer, or we just give a bit more pointers, maybe that new contributor would become a long-term contributor. So I would say patience, persistence. Like we really need to persist. Like, and even if we fail, which we'll fail multiple times, we always do. Oh my God, I fail every day. But I fail, you know, it's really good in a good way, like with style. So you know, so we kind of learn, and then you know, and then we are here for the long run. And I think these first-time contributors, or when we try to contribute the first time to a project, we want everything to be perfect, and we are shy. And if something is not right, I don't know, we start to stress about it and worry, and I'm like, oh my God, maybe I'm dumb. No, it's just, you know, it's a new project for you, so I think just persistence, patience, and to have a nice example to follow, be that a good commit, an easy hack, you know, good low-hanging fruits that you can pick, because, you know, if everything is perfect, but then you don't have the low-hanging fruits to work, or an easy hack to work, then it's not really good. So yeah.
Yeah. So one thing we actually have for that, maybe one of you was going to mention that as well, but I'm just going to do that now, is that we have in all the repositories, we usually have good first issues. So that's okay. We have good first issues, which are very small issues. We also have good first design issues. Yeah. So development.
You can also combine labels to form whatever you want, so you can really pick your niche over there with a good first issue.
Yeah. And so these are really like, and also for any person who is a maintainer here, it helps people really to, like, instead of only keeping your personal notes or whatever, if it's just a small issue, document what, like, it basically means to document it to the extent, like, that the only thing that's missing is that really someone goes there and does it, right? But everything else would be listed. So for example, in which file that would have to be done, in which line of code, maybe even what you would change it to or something, right? So it's really very basic, right? Because also, as you probably know, Git is hard, yeah, GitHub is hard, programming is hard, yeah, design is also hard, I think. So yeah.
You're a designer, you're not allowed to say that.
There's a lot of difficulty already involved in contributing. So let's make this step of, like, putting yourself out there as simple as possible, or as easy as possible.
Yeah, I think that patience. So I mean, I started contributing just around 1 or 2 years ago, I think. I think it's been 1 year or something like that. So pretty recent. And when I first started contributing, the problem of patience was not there. In the other projects, I felt very sort of overwhelmed and intimidated because things had to be perfect, like you said. And I think what helped me the most was just striking up a conversation. So I think I mentioned that first time I just sent out an email saying, with like 4 or 5 questions or something, like super detailed questions. And I think getting back a positive answer really helped me. And even when I first started contributing, I think we have a weekly design call on Tuesdays at 2 p.m. if everyone is interested, where we review apps. And I used to sit in on that whenever I could. And I think I used to stay in touch. I think that really helped me a lot. And I think generally positive feedback from the maintainers wherever or not even positive feedback, I think negative feedback as well, just keeping a conversation going really helped. So I think that's what really helped me at the beginning. And I think if I had any questions, there would be answers. And I know it's not like that. It's not possible for every project to have such synchronous conversation as well. But maybe if someone opens an issue and it's not like dead for a week or something like that, that might really help new contributors actually keep them motivated and moving forward, I think. And I also wanted to note that you're complaining about the documentation. The documentation is actually one of the first things that I did because there was no design documentation when I joined. And I was like, I had no idea what to do. Yeah. So you can check that out as well. It's on the developer documentation. Just saying, a little self-plug there. But I think that direction of maybe looking around or knowing what to do would have helped me at that time because I felt a little bit lost, which is why documentation was the first thing that I worked on. But it's very interesting that there was so much code documentation that you felt overwhelmed by it. So.
Yeah. That is true. Documentation is very important. So yeah, keep that in mind, everyone. Yeah, code commenting and yeah, that's true. That's true.
10 years ago.
Yeah. So Yeah, maybe let's talk about how can new people get involved in your area of where you work. Like, what would you now give as pointers so people have? What would you point them to, or what would you recommend as things so that there's one easy entry point maybe, or specific things that that are currently in the works or open, something like that. Anything you can think of?
I mean, like Jan mentioned, we have a good first issues label. So anyone who wants to like pick a low-hanging fruit, like Pedro mentioned, you can just filter by that label, and there should be, at least a couple of things that you might be able to recognize or get a hang of. So that's something easily that you can do. And I also actually have a lightning talk about how to contribute to design, so maybe I should not talk about it at all right now, so all of you show up for that. No, I'm just kidding. I think what can really help with design particularly is maybe just pointing out some issues. If you have an expertise in design, I think that really helps when the designer's eye picks out something that maybe is missed, or picks out a flow that's maybe not really obvious to someone who's not a developer, so easily usable for non-developers. So opening an issue about things like that can be really helpful, I think, because it also sparks a conversation in the following comments about possible solutions or anything like that. You can also do mock-ups. I think that's the most obvious solution as designers. You can just post like a little picture of what the solution could look like, and all of those are valid. I think just taking the first step is the most important thing, because many of the times there is a conversation that follows, and then a solution automatically evolves from that. So.
Yeah, sure. I can just add some more on that. Just to kind of justify myself for talking not so nice about documentation, it has improved a lot, of course. But if you don't like reading a lot of stuff, I'm part of the groupware team, so mail, calendar, and contacts. What we make sure there, it's at least we have one public channel. So if you don't like to read stuff, you can just join this public channel and ask the question, and we will point you where you need to be without you reading a lot of stuff. We also help a lot of people to set up their working environment. So as a dev, the development environment, if you want to contribute with different PRs. We also will help you out to even open an issue on GitHub, so we can have a look for you. But yeah, documentation is good. I would say maybe stick with GitHub in the beginning. If you are a technical person, on our repos, depending which app would you like to contribute, and if that's not good enough, then there's always a person behind that can help you start and continue, of course. I mean, we're interested, we're interested in long-term contributions, but that doesn't mean that you should stick to it. That's all.
Makes sense. Yeah, I kind of forgot what was the question.
How to contribute people on your
Hello? How can people get involved in your area? Yeah, how to contribute actually?
Right. Sorry, I didn't finish my coffee. At Collabro, I think we found out that having a website where you have all documentation helps. So we have this collaboraonline.github.io. But we also found out that having regular calls, like making sure that people don't get lost, or at least that they don't feel they're lost. They might be a bit lost, but it's okay. We will help them out. So we have these weekly calls, and we go through all the PRs that are waiting to be reviewed, or if anyone has a question, suggestion. And I think that helped out a lot. But at the same time, there is this, what I found out is that sometimes there is this dangerous of getting overly invested in something before starting the line of communication. So example, you can have, for instance, a designer that come along and spends a lot of time doing a mock-up of an issue. that maybe already existed, and there was already discussion going on, and there was already more other people, contributing, and there was really productive stuff going on there. And then that person might then get upset because those things didn't get in, and so we try to avoid that. And I mentioned designer, but it goes the same for a programmer that comes along and thinks, wait a minute, it's missing some button here or some functionality. I will just do it. Open the repository, read the code, which is awesome. Like, we should read the code. I mean, documentation is great, it's good, awesome. But also those comments in the code itself are valuable. And even reading the Git history, Git log, like all those things are tools at our disposal, and we can see and go through them. But sometimes it's good to don't forget to communicate. We don't need to be each one in their own corner. We can talk and ask the other, and maybe there is already something going on, and we can work together instead of each one individually. So that's what I would say. The barrier. You see, I remember the question.
Yeah, you wanna?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something. Sometimes I have the impression, especially for people who are not very active, that they kind of expect that the employees should do that, like help each other, especially on GitHub. Actually, our most helpful members, let's say, are community people. So if they help each other to move on with either a PR or documentation or whatever is needed. So if you are new on the project, you read a ticket and you think you can help, like, you can do that. You don't need to be staff to help out or express your opinions, especially on GitHub, on a technical level and in all levels. But yeah, so please do.
Yeah, and similarly, for example, Nimisha earlier mentioned that we have a regular design call every Tuesday at 2 p.m. Central European Standard Summertime, or whichever time zone thing it is. And this is also open to anyone, also to non-designers, of course, right? And some of our most active participants are also not trained designers or whatever, and that's actually great. That's what our intention is. Like, the initial reason why we did this call is because it was during COVID, where we couldn't meet, and we couldn't just be at the conference or at the contributor week and go around and fetch one of you and say, like, hey, do you need feedback for your app? Right, and so with this weekly call, we basically offer this, and any one of you who wants design feedback, can ask for this and say, like, hey, I would like to, like, on the whatever X of November, I would like to have show my app in the design review and would like to get feedback, and then all of us will look at it. We will make a list. Some are longer, some are shorter, doesn't matter, and then you have a bunch of feedback, you have a list that you can work on, and this is just really sort of, or we've made the experience that it's really quite helpful to developers. We've got the feedback. I'm not saying that from our own sort of thing, Anyway. Which also, sorry, that one other thing that I would want to add to the, like, what was it? So, no, I forgot the question.
How to contribute.
Yeah, how to contribute in your area is, like, in your specific area. So the general thing, I would say that the easiest thing maybe is testing. Every one of us uses Nextcloud, at least I assume so. Even if you don't use Nextcloud a lot, you maybe use other software. Maybe you use some Google product, maybe some Microsoft product or whatever. It doesn't matter. But if you run into any issue, if you run into any misunderstanding or something that's too complicated, we should know, you should let us know and open an issue. That's super helpful. Maybe sometimes we're so, like, focused on, we looked at this for ages and stuff. Some of these things we simply go over our head. So sometimes we sort GitHub issues by most upvoted also. So yes.
Also want to add one thing about what Pedro said. I think when you're opening an issue, something that could be useful is to see if there are any closed issues regarding what you want to have a conversation about. And there you can see maybe how people discussed it and if it's already merged or if there's a PR about it or something like that. And I think that might help reduce some of the redundant issues that people open. And if you have something to add or some issues already closed, but you have a completely different opinion, because it was closed like a really long time ago or something like that, you can always, spark the conversation again. But I think redundant issues can really be reduced by checking the, issue history of like closed issues or like merged PRs or why something was not taken forward.
Yeah, exactly. And I think more often than not, there is really cool stuff there, like some good context there, like for either historical reasons or something. And maybe there is a reason to start talk again. But I have two questions here. Look at me destroying this whole thing.
No, the only thing I'm worried about is the time, I think.
Just two questions. When is going to be your talk? I forgot the time. Tomorrow. So we cannot miss her talk. And yeah, I wanted to ask if there was some cool stuff coming out from those design calls, because you said that there was some cool feedback.
Well, so actually, what we do with all these design calls, all the notes generally they always end up in issues. Like all the teams, some do it some way, some do it the other way. Some put it in one overview issue, some create individual issues. Whatever is easier for the team to manage. But it's all public directly afterwards. Okay, I think we have to. Is there anything more super important that you want to share, or?
Thank you for all the contributions done so far. Thank you very much.
And we will not do a Q&A because first we're short on time, but also because you can actually ask anyone, about how to contribute, because everyone.
Entire conference is a Q&A. So.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and then we will continue with the lightning talks.
Right. So we're going to have some lightning talks. Bear with me for a minute. Going to start something up. All right. Here we go. You can help me if you want, Maria. Marcel, may I ask you on stage? Yes. So this is going. Yeah, you're almost here, right? So the concept of lightning talks. 5-minute talks. What I will do, Marcel, when you are reaching the 5-minute point, you will see me waving, doing stuff. So the floor is yours. Enjoy.
This one? Which button?
Oh, that's the clicker. Yeah,
the big one.
The big one. Yeah. I hope it works.
Good. Then ask. Okay, so thank you. Welcome everyone. I think it's a good handover from how to contribute to an actual contribution. I'm contributing to the community with different apps. Since over 6 years already. I started with the audio player with quite some usage, and then recently switched over to the analytics app. And this is where I want to talk a little bit about open source and privacy, also in the terms of reporting. We had heard a lot of topics and discussions also from Frank this morning. What is the importance of privacy? Why we need privacy? But privacy is not only about collaboration. It's not only about your context, your pictures. It's also about data. Data where you're running possibly your business on. It's also kept to be private and within your Nextcloud ecosystem. The data is where you possibly generate your money with, and you don't want to have this one spread around outside the ecosystem, possibly generating additional cost for one of these big known, well-known reporting tools. And that's why I started some years ago with the Analytics app. And this, in a very short time frame, I will show two of the main key features and 2 use cases. What is the Analytics app about? It's started in 2019. I set up reporting. It's based on data extraction, data storage, and then also reporting. Based modular approach with different data sources, visualization, and also, of course, seamless integration into Nextcloud. Utilizing Nextcloud features like the Nextcloud flows, Nextcloud notifications, activities, a sharing solution, and of course the nice Nextcloud dashboard, also showing KPIs and little chart widgets into the Nextcloud dashboard. Some important features. It's all about the data. Where's the data coming from that you want to report in your solution? The whole app is on a very modular and flexible data source concept. There are several data sources which come with the app out of the box. It's like reporting on files within your Nextcloud, files apps, spreadsheets, or CSV files, for example. There's an API where you can push data into the analytics data storage. You can put them in manually, or you can even get data from GitHub or any public JSON data provider. Currently work in progress are different connectors for this one connector for Salesforce, currently in testing to reporting there, OData and also SQL queries. It was a very public request to have these available. Very important, our data can be either reported in real time, so the data is always read from the data source in real time, or it can be stored within your Nextcloud environment in a data source for much quicker and high performance reporting. With the data itself, if you look at the visualization, it's everything you would expect. You have the charts, you have the tables, all the features, slice and dice, filters and drill downs. There's features like also thresholds, thresholds, color coding, if certain exceptions levels are missed. There's a little dashboard within the Analytics app itself showing the reports as little KPIs or chart widgets, look similar to the integration to the Nextcloud dashboard. And there are even the first financial functions which are getting enhanced, one after the other, like trend analytics and also aggregation of data. 2 use cases, only as an example. This interesting one, this is a company that contacted me who is using Nextcloud and the Analytic app to share actually SAP data with their vendors, with their deliverers, and with some external storage locations. A quite interesting use case what they have. They have a small business, small company solution from SAP, extracting data into Nextcloud files, and then creating reports on these data, and then sharing these with external vendors, packing lists, so they can report on the data, which shipping has which status, reporting on delivery dates. Pretty interesting, because to get the data, the reporting data within SAP would be pretty expensive to publish this. So they use Nextcloud plus the Analytics app to simply share the data. Another common usage is the IoT. Classical topic, you have some sensors somewhere in your home, you get a Raspberry, read off the sensors, push them with the API into the Nextcloud Analytic app, and then you have like historic reporting. The nice feature here is the integration into the notification system from Nextcloud. For example, if you have your values read into the Analytics app and certain thresholds are met, you can get push notifications on your iOS device, for example, via the standard iOS app. Another separate slide here, another famous request during the COVID times was also to use the Analytic apps to connect to certain health information and do fancy charts for COVID infections and whatever. This was the most frequent request for the last years. That's it. I hope I met the 5 minutes. Looking forward to any feedback, use cases, any other suggestions. Thank you.
Really cool, Marcel. Really cool stuff. Yeah, cool app. Really cool app. So, right. So we're moving on to the next talk. Leah, may I ask you on stage? So, this is the result of a community survey, right? Done last year. Let me see if things are working. That's not the first slide. No, but here's the clicker.
That's the first slide.
All right. You have a mic?
Yeah.
You're good.
And it's working as well. So, hi everyone. My name is Leah. I'm a PhD student right now at CISPA in Saarbrücken, and I've been doing some work on self-hosting because it's just interesting to me. And I think it's also interesting to all of you. So as we saw this morning, Nextcloud is a very mature product already. It has a broad set of applications. And because it's open source, it also caters to a broad variety of different users. And when someone decides to self-host their services, they always have to put in this extra little bit of work, as opposed to relying on a third-party vendor to host the services for them. And I've been actually asking myself, like, what's driving people to commit to this extra work? We had this community survey last year with Daphne together, and I also talked to some selected participants in one-on-one conversation and asked them about basically, what motivates them to self-host their services, and also how they run their operations, how they secure their operations, and all different kinds of roadblocks that they might run into. So I talked to private users, I talked to commercial users, and I also talked to non-profit users. And I'm giving you now a very crisp and broad overview over some preliminary results. So in terms of motivation, I think privacy is like one of the most prominent motivations for people who are deciding to self-host. I think this is not really a surprise to anyone sitting here. But what was actually surprising to me a little bit is that cost saving also was one driving factor. And there were even people who said that this was more or less the only reason why they're doing this. Like the privacy aspect was at best secondary, or it was just not a reason for them at all. Then you also have this independence and control basically as contributing factors that motivates people. Some people said that they are self-hosting because they want better security, so they don't trust vendors, and they want everything under their own hood. And then you also have this educational aspect, so people, have this do-it-yourself mentality more or less, and they just have fun doing it, and just want to educate themselves while trying to provide their own services. If you take a look at basically the landscape of technical setup, it's also very broad. So some people are fine with giving away control, be it on the software side or also on the hardware side. But that would be on the left-hand side here. And then there are also some people who really want everything under their own belt, so they want full control over both hardware and software. And if you then factor in basically the tech expertise that people have, it's again a broad spectrum. So we have people that are actually amateurs, all of them are somewhat affine to technology, but not everyone can be an expert. And this is actually data from the interviews that I got. So the blue hearts would be private users, the squares are commercial people, and the round circles are non-profit users. And I don't have time to go over everything because we just have so little time. But maybe one interesting thing is that expertise alone is not enough to basically predict what setup people will go for. And it can even be an issue. So for example, if you consider on the bottom right, you see that there are people that opt for basically the maximum amount of hard and software control, although they might not be technically equipped to provide the service in that way. And then they also run into issues. So for example, networking was a nightmare for a lot of people who don't have the expertise. And then also they might not be or might not feel equipped to secure the services. And they might not be confident in that, basically. So, but they still decide to, for the maximum control because maybe they cannot afford to go into a hosting service, or also they want to be independent and have full privacy, basically. So, some takeaways. Like the self-hosting community is super broad. It's even maybe more diverse than one might expect. So it's diverse in a set of different motivational factors, technical expertise. Setups are very diverse, and because of that, you also have different, security strategies that apply. And then also, in my understanding, it's crucial to, get a sense of the distinct needs of the different user populations in order to help them run and secure their operations in a good fashion. So this is actually naturally challenging for any sort of software project. But in my opinion, Nextcloud, because it's open source and because it has like a huge active user base, it also has like distinct opportunities because people are actually eager to contribute. Like it can also be a contribution, for example, to take part in such a study. And this then can hopefully streamline maybe ways to make it more accessible for a broader user space. Thank you.
Thanks, Leah. All right, so we're moving quite swiftly, I must say, to the next talk, which is about translations. Mark, can I ask you to come on stage? Let's find my mouse pointer. You have the clicker? All right, you're good.
So, hello everybody. My name is Mark, and I will tell you some words about how to translate and localize Nextcloud. The first number is not correct. I see yesterday on my train ride, at the end of last year, 8 billion people are living on the Earth. Maybe in 2050, we will reach the 10 billions. We have hundreds of languages, and we cannot expect that everybody speaks English or other major languages like Chinese or French or India. And we need to support everyone to spread Nextcloud. We already have 100 languages. Some of them are nearly complete. Some of them are just started. And but who is doing the work? It's not done by any commercial translation offices. It's done by volunteers. Some of them might be here as well today. Actually, we are about 3,500. For entry level, it's quite easy to start translating. You first have to join us. We're using a platform that's called Transifex. Not quite sure if everybody knows that. You just have to create an account over there. It's for free, no costs. As soon as you have done this with an email address and a password, like mostly it works, you have to join the Nextcloud project, select the language you like to translate, and then you might see a lot of resources. So you can just start with the one you use most and best, you know best, maybe the Mail app or whatever. And then you can start. Some words about Transifex. It's a translation platform. It's a web-based. They have a lot more tools, but you only need a modern browser. And it allows really a quick start for you. On the right side, I make a screenshot 3 weeks ago, and you see some numbers on it. The Nextcloud project is not small, so it's not a job on a rainy Sunday afternoon to localize Nextcloud in a language you speak. We have more than 100,000 words, but there's a little bit intelligence on Transifex which helps you to speed up translations. We collected some information before. It takes you 15 minutes to read a knowledge article we edited our help forums. And we supply a list of resources and a priority from our view. Because you have more than 150 resources over there. We have the server bundle shipped with many apps. And if you don't know where to start, just have a look at the list and select one. So maybe you already started and contributed a little and want to do something more. You can become a reviewer. Reviewing is important to improve the quality of the translations. Translators are discussing at Transifex sometimes. The French people are very active for the last weeks. They're filing issues. Sometimes it's about the translation. Sometimes context is missing, so they don't understand the English words to translate. And to improve the source text, we need to contact developers at GitHub, at a chat room on the cloud instance of Nextcloud. If you want to know more about it, later I will do a workshop for it. And I have a nickname. It's a Norwegian word nobody can pronounce right. But you can see it here, and you can reach me at the forums, at Transifex. And yeah, join us.
Thank you for your talk. Very important translations. So, yep, thank you. Sebastian, you're up next for a lightning talk. So let me open up. Yeah. So let's be. This is you, and this is the clicker, and we do have internet. I will stay close to you.
Okay. Thanks. Clicker. No, clicker doesn't work. Doesn't like me. Let me just use the keyboard.
Yeah, let's use the old keyboard. You can do
this one. Yeah. This one. Okay. So hi, I'm Sebastian, and I'm here to talk about confidential cloud computing and Nextcloud, and I think this is a perfect marriage. I have actually two hats on. On the one hand, I'm a professor for cryptography and information security at Flensburg University, and on the other hand, I'm the founder of Enclave, which pioneers confidential compute technology. And I'm really, really happy to say that, after, I think, years of discussion, our university finally switched to Nextcloud. But yeah, but the truth is, and this is something which I can completely concur with what Leah figured out, it was actually a bit pain of the ass in order to convince IT people to just use Nextcloud, because standard questions like, ooh, what about security, right? They asked me. What about data privacy? They asked me again. Then, who takes over the hosting? Can we, take a third-party provider, even a cloud provider that does it? Should we do it on our own IT? Discussions over discussions, and this means, in language, of academia, a lot of meetings, no decision, and literally it feels like a decade, right? So I have somehow the memory that we started the discussions 10 years before Corona, and I think recently we closed them. It feels like that. This is, I think, the situation with a lot of, say, public, with the public sector, with the government. They care about and they make slow decisions. So. One of the reasons why I dived into confidential cloud computing, because I believe this is finally a great answer to all those problems I mentioned before. And confidential cloud computing, in a nutshell, it's like magic. It turns us engineers into magicians, because finally we can do something what only magicians can do. Those magicians, those guys with a hat that put, for example, a dove in it and then pull out a rabbit, right? And something magically happens in that. And this is exactly how confidential compute works. This is more a technical slide, but in a nutshell, you can think of that we can finally run any application in a fully memory encrypted way. This is the magic. Yeah. And the nice result about that is that finally we can put any application, any container into a black box and deploy it in the cloud. And by black box, I really mean that you can execute it. It works like any standard container, you can manage it like any standard container with the extra superpower that once the container is deployed in the cloud or wherever you want to deploy it, it runs fully memory encrypted. So no one really sees what happens inside the container. And this is the magic. This is why I think this is a technology that in particular Nextcloud community should think about, because it's like an enabling technology to have security by design, privacy by design, and solve all the nagging problems I mentioned some minutes ago. So the nice thing, and just in order to conclude, is finally we can containerize our applications and literally run them anywhere, on-premise, private, public clouds, who cares? Because the black box is simply saving the security and privacy of that app. This way, of course, we can reduce security expenses. And as we figured out in Leah's observation, costs are definitely an important decision factor for people in order to either switch to Nextcloud or not. Same holds for compliance, right? All the nagging about data security, can we use the cloud, blah, 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 right? This can also be addressed with confidential compute. Yeah, security expenses ahead. So I know that's just a lightning talk and I really have to speed up, but there is something I think you guys should see, namely the magic happen. So I brought a short live demo where we're gonna just execute a Redis database, just a small container, and we're just gonna create a database in that Redis database. And simply do a memory dump, and we're going to see that standard memory dump leaks the entries, a confidential memory dump doesn't do. And this happens while the database is in use. Yeah, this is the novelty. It's not like static database encryption. It's really like it works, and whenever you want to do the dump, still the result is fully memory encrypted. And now I hope the technology works. Up. Yeah. So reject all. Just shift it to the left.
Yeah, I think it's the left.
No.
And then we need to unfull screen the other one.
Can you help me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, full screen, yeah. Yeah, you can also go to YouTube. It's search for Enclave. Yeah. So Redis, the memory database, and we're going to create two containers. One, a standard Redis version. We call it the vanilla. You're going to see on the bottom right, the access to the database. And on the bottom left, we have a confidential compute version out of that. Yeah. As mentioned before, we're just going to write into the database and then do a memory dump. And yeah, so this is the Docker Compose in order to create the two containers. The whole starting, launching like a standard container, no changes, no big difference. And yeah, now we're gonna send my secret. It's a key value pair which we generated. And let's search for the process ID of Redis. We got it, and now with Gcore, it's part of GDB, we made a memory dump. Yeah, and with grep, we now search for the key value MySecret, and there is a match. Yeah, why? Because the whole memory is unencrypted. Yeah, standard use. And on the left, we now repeat the same procedure. So we wrote my secret into the database. We're searching for the process ID, make a memory dump. Oh no. Okay, memory dump made, projector, and search for the string, and there was no match because the whole memory dump is encrypted. That's the magic. Yeah? Boo. All right. So if you guys are interested in exploring that new technology, something you should know is that all major cloud providers and even hosting providers like OVH offer either virtual machines or dedicated machines which enable to run you those confidential containers. We created the base in our GitHub repository, which covers 18 basic open source confidential compute versions of standard applications like MongoDB, MariaDB. You can PHP, Python, whatever you want, you know, just in order to have a confidential compute version of your container application. So try it out, play around with that, give us feedback, and maybe this is the answer to solving, you know, all those nagging problems, how security and privacy by design applications can be developed. All right, thank you.
Sebastian, thank you so much.
It was my pleasure.
Pleasure to have you with us.
Thanks.
All right. So we're moving on to the next lightning talk. My lovely colleague Nia will join us. I need to find my cursor. Yeah. We're out of our clicker, so we're going to do it. We have no clicker. Just a second.
Yeah.
All right. Oh. Good luck, Nia.
Thank you. Thank you, Fabrice. Hello, everyone. So I'm Neha. I work for the marketing division at Nextcloud. And today I'm here to present about how to host a webinar. 1 minute, sorry. Yeah. So how to host a webinar using Nextcloud Talk. So I would like to go through the agenda, what I wish to cover in next 5 minutes, hopefully. I would like to get started with a small introduction about what a webinar is, and then show you some of the features in Nextcloud that would be beneficial to host a webinar. And in the third slide, I would like to show you step-by-step introduction about how with just few clicks and some settings, we can host a webinar using Nextcloud Talk. So, what is a webinar? I guess everybody knows what a webinar is, and for those who don't know, can pay attention now. So a webinar is a type of communication. It can be a seminar, it can be a workshop, it can be a presentation that is being transmitted to many people at the real time via video. So I can think of 3 scenarios here. So for an organization, it can be a chance in which a company shares its products and gives a presentation to large audience using Nextcloud Talk. Or it can be like a company can do its internal weekly or a monthly calls with all its employees using Nextcloud Talk. Or as more and more organizations are getting global, so they can use Nextcloud Talk to host trainings or seminars for all their employees who can easily join in the session no matter from which part of world they are. For educational sector, I can think a teacher hosting online classes for their students using Nextcloud Talk, or like how organizations have company meetings, and education sector can also have training and internal company calls using Nextcloud Talk. And if you look at some home users, like in last 2 years, because of COVID, we all have attended one or the other event virtually, be it a marriage of our friend, or a birthday party, or even a baby shower. So yes, that's how COVID changed in-person events to the virtual events, and we can use Nextcloud Talk for hosting some of our very personal and private events with our near and dear ones. So what are some of the features that we need in Nextcloud Talk that are present, that makes it the best hosting solution for the webinar? One, a webinar should not be that there's one person who is talking and kind of boring. So it should be having a feature with which you can easily, with just one click, be able to switch into one presenter to another. So that's what you can do with Nextcloud Talk. It should have an option to share files and documents with all the attendees. Imagine a scenario where you're presenting and doing a webinar and talking about your product, and at the same time, you're sharing the PDF of your product brochure with all the attendees. Isn't that something cool? Or if I'm a teacher, I would like all my students to take their homework document attached after an online class. So these are some of the use cases we can have here. Third is ability to have a live chat for attendees. Why should webinar be boring? Why not have chat where all the guests and attendees can chat with each other, or even add a comment or emojis to each other's comment and make it a little more fun? That's what you can do with Nextcloud Talk. Fourth is option to set permissions. Believe me, we've been hosting webinars using Nextcloud Talk, and there are some occasions where I don't want a person from India joining the webinar where he's stuck in a traffic. You want to avoid all the noise which is going to be there. So it's important that you set permissions that who is allowed to have rights of switching on the audio or the video. So that you can do with Nextcloud Talk. And last is, like I said, make your webinars, your online classes, or your events more interactive with options such as poll, which my dear colleague Nimisha already showed, and is one of the greatest features we have in Nextcloud Hub 3. So these are like very obvious steps what you have to do in Nextcloud Talk for hosting a webinar. So first is the most obvious step. That is, go to the talk. I don't know why even I have a slide about it, but yes. Create a new group conversation in Nextcloud Talk. Add a name to your conversation. Important, allow guests to join via link. Make sure you click that. Click create a conversation. Click on copy the link. This is for sharing it with everyone. So don't forget just to create the room and keep it only up to you. Make sure that it reaches the right audience, so share it. Step 5, add participants. Like I mentioned, it should be very easy to switch between one presenter to another or one speaker to another. So you can easily add them here, make them a moderator, promote them, and yeah, you are done. You can add a very long description here. If you want, you can add some to-dos, not to do, add agenda, and whatnot. It's all up to you. I leave it up to you all and your creativity to add a description about what you want. And like I said, don't forget to change some settings, like notify about calls in the conversation, and it's good to actually have a setting, a pop-up message where everyone who is going to sign in for the webinar, they receive that they are not allowed to use the audio and video during this webinar session. Change the permissions, which is like very important. So I really have to remove everything that my audience cannot start a call, or they cannot use microphone, camera, and share their screen. Most important step. So no matter what you've chatted with all your moderators, speakers, or presenter, you can easily delete all the chat so that it's a fresh start right at the time when you get started with the webinar. Step 10, end call for all. This is most important because you never know how your webinar is going and someone just slept off. and once you're done with the webinar, they got up and they're like, oh, where is the webinar? And so make sure that you end the call for everyone because people might get busy in between with some other work and we want to avoid scenarios like that. And this is how you can do that. And like I said, Nextcloud Hub 3, we made some improvements here. So make your session quite interactive, fun by adding polls to it. And here is a screenshot about how you can share the document, add some files with all your attendees. And I would like to rephrase the statement of my colleague Nimisha that we can have up to 1,000 participants who can attend and be part of one event in Nextcloud Talk. So that's again one of the improvements we have done in Hub 3. So thank you, and I hope you all use Nextcloud Talk for your next big event. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Nia. Really cool. And yes, Talk is really a cool solution for doing webinars. We're really enjoying using it, and it's getting better by the day. So let me ask on stage, we go to the next lightning talk, and this is going to be about Nextcloud Pi. A project. We're going to get an update from James about this project. James, can I call you to the stage? Yeah. All right.
To change the slide?
Yeah, if you like. And you can go old school, whatever you prefer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, how's it going? I've been dreaming of this moment for years. All right, it's true. So, I'm James, and this over here, step out.
Yeah, I'm Tobias.
Yeah, and Tobias is the lead developer now of Nextcloud Pi. And I guess I'm sort of the spokesperson and documentation writer, community manager. And we are a faceless group of volunteers that's been going since the beginning of Nextcloud. And I don't think anyone knows what we look like. And it's just all contributions from the community towards this crazy thing called Nextcloud Pi. And we are an official project of Nextcloud, actually, since 2017, 2018. This is Ignacio Nacho. He gave a talk here in 2017 on Nextcloud Pi. That was the last talk. Has anyone ever heard of us, Nextcloud Pi? Yay, nay, yay? Okay. So this is Nacho, and we want to say thank you, Nacho. If you're watching this video, thank you, thank you. We love you and your family. Thank you for creating this project. It's amazing. Got to say that. Okay, yeah. So we have 6 years of updates for you. And first, we want to welcome Tobias as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Nextcloud Pi, it's more than just devices, but it started with devices. So we tried to change the name. We tried to change the name back in 2017, I think, to Nextcloud Plus. And that didn't go very well. It turned out we were lucky to be able to use the name Nextcloud Pi to begin with. But there is a reason we wanted to change the name. And that is because we actually support all architectures, all devices. We support it all. And what we really are is we're the community equivalent of a one-click deployment for self-hosters, for home enthusiasts, for general users of Nextcloud who are not companies or just people who want to get started as easily as possible. And that's been our goal, to provide not only software, but also documentation and community. So we provide virtual machines, Docker, Podman, Docker Compose. We're built into the Armbian package manager. We're curl script. We support 32-bit, 64-bit architecture, ARM architecture, x86. Everything can run on our system. We've been around forever. We also have pre-built images for many kinds of devices. So Nextcloud Pi means you never have to use OCC. Every single command that you could use has been scripted, and you can use it from the terminal or a web interface to set up your Nextcloud. It makes it very, very easy to maintain. And it keeps your system running whenever possible. So it's not perfect, but we try. And it means that you have these helper scripts and ways to manage your system. So let's see. This means we offer auto updates. We offer auto updates of Nextcloud apps, of Nextcloud, of Debian, of PHP, Mariah Database, Apache. We keep the system maintained and up to date. This also means that we offer a suggestion of when the user should update their system. So when Nextcloud rolls out 25, we will test it, and when we feel comfortable, we'll then release that point release out to our user base, and they can auto-update to it. So they don't actually have to do anything. It's basically hands-free. It's not perfect, but we do our best. And that means it's battle-tested, because we don't upgrade until we're ready, and it doesn't mean it's perfect, but we do the best we can. And so we have quite a lot of features these days. We have DNS support for every DNS service imaginable. If you have free DNS services or domains, you can use them all through the interface. You can set it up. We have automatic Let's Encrypt. Every aspect of setting up your Nextcloud can be done directly from the interface. We have Btrfs support in our pre-built images, which means you have automated snapshots of your system for all recovery. We have rsync. We've had it for years. You can do all your backups locally or remotely directly on the system. It's all automated. And we have our community to help out.
Quick note, I think DNS is missing a D there. We mean dynamic DNS support. So you can register your cloud if you're hosting at home and don't have a stable IP address with all sorts of dynamic DNS services.
So we've had all kinds of fun things happen. We have this beautiful thing called NCP report, which I just realized, I think that didn't exist before. And when someone has a problem, they can run NCP report, and it'll automatically generate a report, takes away your sensitive data, and it gives us all the logs and information needed to fix your system. And we've kind of upstreamed this to the help forum by creating a basic simplified support template people can use when they have issues and they need support, so they can be helped as quickly as possible. And I think that's really cool. We also have data encryption, full disk encryption. If your disk is encrypted, you can decrypt it from either the terminal or from the web UI to then move it into a new system. So that's for physical security. That was a huge amount of work, and it's super cool. So we do have full disk encryption support built in. We have metrics. Tobias added Prometheus support. You want to talk about that?
Well, maybe I'll go over it quick because I think we don't have that much time
left. Might not.
Yeah, basically, in my mind, NCP strives to be this managed hosting solution as self-hosting. So like everything works, you have a web UI to manage everything and don't need to get in the nitty-gritty stuff. And that's why we have encryption just with a one-click enablement. We have monitoring endpoints for Prometheus and can monitor everything from the Nextcloud provided metrics up to the freshness of your backups. So you are sure they are there when you need them. And you have automatic creation of backups and restoration backups right from the web interface, including database and files.
So our focus right now is on improving our release and testing process to make Nextcloud and Nextcloud Pi basically easier to use and less risky. So right now we've been putting a lot of effort into automating virtual machine, Docker, and image tests, as well as our installation scripts, images, and updater process. And one of the things we've changed in this time, and I want to tell you because it's awesome, is documentation. So our documentation process before was basically a website. It was a WordPress site that you'd have to find a way to join the WordPress site, and maybe you'd join it or not. And instead now we use the forum. We actually use the help forum of Nextcloud itself. And the way that we did it was we created a group, and anyone can request to join the group and add documentation. And when you join, then you can see all of our unpublished articles, which are just posts on the forum. And then once those posts are ready, some of our volunteers who we've given group mod access can then move them to a public category, and they become available on our actual website, docs.nextcloudpi.com. And it's all static, and it happens instantaneously. So as soon as something's published, it's available for everyone to read. And it makes it possible for everyone on the forum to contribute to our documentation and keep it updated. It's really cool. None of the administrators on the forum have to help us with any of this. We do it all ourselves. And also, every post from the forum is relayed to our chat rooms in Matrix and Telegram automatically over RSS. So it allows us to be automatically notified of all support requests so we can fix them based on the tag NCP. And this means that you can join our Matrix and Telegram rooms and you can ask questions there, or you can use the forum and we'll still see your questions. And if anyone's interested, you're welcome to join us online. It's at nextcloudpi.com, or you can join us in Matrix or Telegram or the help forum. And this is the case that I designed back in 2018. No, it's freely available online. You can build it yourself. It's on GitHub. All right, thanks so much. And thanks to the Nextcloud Pi community and Nextcloud. Thank you.
All right. So, Asa, may I ask you to come on stage? So the next lightning talk is Don't Fall Off the Cloud. That's a very interesting title, Asa. Give me a second.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Asan from MariaDB. We had some magic today already, so now I'm here to tell you a story. A story with a fairy tale beginning, with some high drama, and with happy ending. So, in the beginning, there was Nextcloud, and there was MariaDB, and there were happy users. And what happy users do, they drag in more users who want to be happy. So, you get more users, until one day, things become sluggish. You start to investigate your system, and it turns out it's the database. It just can't cope with your load anymore. What do? Well, eventually you even get a crash. Everything goes down. Who's going to save me? Well, maybe high availability. Maybe I can avoid this. Maybe I can no longer do my maintenance on Saturday night and go out for a beer. Drama. So, the first solution, why not use replication? We'll get a replica. It will be a standby for us. If something goes wrong with the server, we'll have a spare system ready to run. Looks like a nice solution. But you spend money, you pay for something which is just your peace of mind. And then your manager comes in and says, hey, I want efficiency. Yeah, and I don't get efficiency this way. So you need a different solution. What about using load balancing? Sounds very nice. You'll be using both of your systems at the same time. But a problem, your client software, it just uses some standard database connector. It doesn't support fancy stuff like automatic read, write, splitting and things like this. You need to work more in order to make it work. Then you get a bright idea. You hear about something called a SQL load balancer, something that can balance SQL statements, maybe like proxy SQL. You put it in, you feel very proud, everything seems to work, finally you've nailed it. Is it the happy end? No, not yet. Because one day, people start to complain. They open a document and suddenly they didn't get the newest version of the document. They put something in the chat and this message disappears. They check a thread and they don't see the last posting there. What's the problem? Is Nextcloud suddenly buggy? Who's to blame? Here it is. Here's the culprit. It's named causal read failure. If you haven't heard this, causal read is when you write something to a cluster database and immediately read it back before it was able to replicate. So, what do we do about it? Is this the end of our story? Should we just forget about everything and go back to a single server with late night Saturday night maintenance and all of the headache? No. Max Scale comes to your rescue. MaxScale is a dedicated tool, a Swiss Army knife of a kind, created by MariaDB for clustered MariaDB databases. It can be your database firewall, it can give you denial of services protection, it can do load balancing for you, it can do data masking for you, it can do active topology management for you. Have you played Lego? If yes, then you're going to love MaxScale, because MaxScale is like Lego. MaxScale is a flow processor that you can use the building blocks to build the exact pipelines you want to have there. So MaxScale sits between the application on the left and the database service on the right, and it understands everything they say to each other. It can actively monitor, it can take preemptive action, and it can also influence the topology all the way to rearranging it the way it should be. So, how does MaxScale help with causal reads? MaxScale actively tracks the state of each replica using something that we call a global transaction ID. And with the help of this, it always knows whether a particular replica is synchronized all the way up to the moment that is necessary to fulfill the next request. If there is a replica, great, it's going to forward the query there. If there isn't a replica, it's going to either wait for a little bit, or it can send it directly to the primary node. You have different strategies available, and you are in control to decide what's going to happen. But this is not all that you can get out of MaxScale. With MaxScale, you get automatically read-write split for the best possible utilization of your resources. You get adaptive replica selection strategies, at least 4 of them, so depending on where your servers are, you can choose the one that works the best for you. And finally, you get topology management, active topology management, and zero interruption failover. Have you been waken up late night in order to do a database failover? Well, now you can sleep nice, because MaxScale, sitting between the client and the service as a single connection endpoint, does constant monitoring of what's happening on the back end. And by doing this, it knows if and when your main node fails. And when this happens, it does a lot of stuff in 0 time. It finds which is the best replica to promote, it does this promotion, it rejoins all the remaining nodes to this replica, it then recreates all the sessions that were present on the failed node, and then it replaces all the ongoing transaction. And in the line with the magic that we saw, this is pure magic, because no DBA can do this for you. And last but not least, when your failed node gets resurrected, MaxScale is simply going to join it back into the cluster as an ordinary replica. Wow. Feeling intrigued? Interested? Having questions? Come to us. We're here to tell you a lot more about MaxScale and MariaDB and clustering for the enterprise Nextcloud. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Austin. So, right, we go to the next talk, and this is one I've been really wanting to see, because there's a lot of going on around open project these days. So, Wieland, welcome. This is the... You take this one.
Yeah, thank you. This is working?
I hope so.
So yeah, I'm Wieland. I'm the CTO of the BIM edition of Open Project. Open Project is a project and issue tracking management software, also open source, and it's actually feels pretty familiar to be here and hearing all the stories and the teams and the stuff that's going on in Nextcloud. I feel super excited. Another reason I'm super excited to be here is because in the last year we've been working on the integration of Nextcloud with Open Project. And talking to our users and to our clients and customers, they usually come with us with one question that they face in their organizations. Let's say you have Greenpeace or Siemens or Deutsche Bahn, whoever, they always ask the same questions. Where are actually the files that we need to work on when we get a task assigned? Because, I knew it. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yep. So cursor. Yeah. So when you have a task, like you say, an issue that is assigned to you, it usually doesn't come alone. It comes with files, right? So what is your work actually you're doing on? It comes with a file or files that you need in order to start your work, files that you need to edit, files that you need to hand in as a result of your work. Yeah, but then you also want to process these files and give it over to your next coworker. So how does the coworker know where the files are? So you come up with all sorts of stuff like having default, I have an echo here, rules, like put it always in that folder, name it like this, and all that stuff. Implicit knowledge, or you share it via a text chat, via WhatsApp, via email, and it's all like, it's a hell. It's a hell. And this is why users come to us and say, hey, we need a solution for that. And the interesting thing is we have tools for managing files like Nextcloud, Google Cloud, whatever, call it. And we have tools for tracking work, to organizing work, like Open Project or Jira or Trello or whatever, but these two systems are not integrated, right? There's this barrier in between, like they don't mesh up, and actually it's the same thing. We want to get our shit done. And so let's give an example. So employing a new person to your team, well, you collect a CV, you collect a letter of recommendation. At some point, you need a template for the contract. Somebody fills in the hard facts. Somebody signs off the contract. At some point, you want to register the person. So there are many people involved, step by step. You have your business processes, and you have many files involved, and yeah, you need to hand them over. And integration is hard. Integration of especially so big systems like file management systems like Nextcloud, or something such big as Open Project for managing work. But fortunately, both systems are open source. So as you might see, this is the Open Project logo with the Nextcloud logo. That was a joke from our designer. And yeah, you can try it now by yourself. Just grab an Open Project instance, just download it, install it in your server, or get an instance from our cloud. And also on your Nextcloud instance, just install the Nextcloud app Open Project Integration, and off we go. It's already there. What it brings to you is, this is actually Open Project, and this is a task, or a work package, what we call it. And what is new is this side on the right-hand side. It actually lists all the files that you need in order to do that task, right? So when you click on that thing here, you get to that file in Nextcloud, you can edit it, you can change it, yeah, and you don't even notice, right? You don't have, there's nothing, nobody needs to tell you, there's the file, here it is. You can also set up a folder where you should present or hand in your results of your task. So there's no communication involved, extra communication. You can enable people to do their stuff. What's actually really cool is right from the beginning, we made sure that we can connect multiple Nextcloud instances to Open Project. So imagine you're an agency and you're working with multiple suppliers or multiple clients. You can connect to multiple Nextcloud instances at the same time. On the Nextcloud side, with the help of Julien, thank you, Julien, and the team in Nepal, Jan Karitek, they've built an integration on the application in Nextcloud. What it actually does is you can create the connection between the files or the folder and Open Project. And you can also see which work packages in Open Project are connected to that file. So you can always see, okay, before I delete that file, let me check first where is it relevant, what state is it in, and so on and so on. As we're using direct references, we're using the file IDs in Nextcloud. Whenever you move the file or you rename the file, don't worry, you're safe, right? The connections still work. But we won't stop here. This year we will release another version where it's getting even easier to connect those integrations, to connect those files. So because you usually start working on a task in Open Project, we will enable you to drag and drop files directly on the work package in an open project. And you can select a place in Nextcloud where you want to store it. And it directly creates that link between the files and the work package. But it's not just it. Next year we will release a version where we attack. The next question is, okay, now I know that the file exists, but it's not shared with me. So how do I get access to it? So in the next version, the Open Project 13, what we are going to do is having shared folders for each project in Open Project, so that every member in the project, an open project, will automatically have the rights, according to the roles in the project, to open files there, share files, reshare, depending on the permission settings in open project, because an open project is where the team resides. And we will map that over to Nextcloud. Yeah, I just want to take the opportunity to thank everybody involved in integrating this integration. It's actually quite some people, and we've been working on this like almost a year already. And also a big shout out and a big thank you to the sponsors from the public sector, which is the University of Duisburg-Essen and the City of Cologne. Thank you very much. You're awesome, you're doing a great job, and you really embrace the motto public money, public code. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really a cool project. So we go to the next talk, lightning talk. Clémentine from Araba, our French partner. She's going to do a talk. You're going to be too. Sorry. So you want to have another mic as well? 2 mics? Would that help?
Or I can just give him this one.
1 speaker, 2 speakers?
Yeah. 2, yeah.
2?
Attention, attention.
You're there? No, you're not there. This is the one. Just a second.
So how do we pass the...
It's the cursor you might want to use.
Okay.
This is it, right? Okay, thank you. Go for it.
Okay, hi, I'm Clémentine. I'm the UX UI designer for Arawa.
Hi, I'm Baptiste, developer at Arawa. And we will present the Workspace app we developed on Nextcloud.
Okay, so what is Workspace? Workspace is a Nextcloud app that is based on another Nextcloud app that is called Group Folders. And it was originally created for the French Ministry of Finances. And it's an app that helps to manage shared workspaces thanks to management delegation. So here's what it looks like. You can see on the left in the navigation, you have the list of all the workspaces, and the rest of the screens shows the list of all the users who have access to one specific workspace. So in that case, you can see, hopefully, that the selected one is Cloud Project in blue. And all the users highlighted in blue on the top are workspace managers. They have been granted rights such as adding users, creating groups, deleting, renaming, and others. Now, why did we create Workspace? Okay, so this table shows our client needs on the first row. So you can see that the existing Nextcloud apps don't meet all of those needs. For example, Circles, it offers delegation, roles, and teams management, but advanced permissions are impossible, and the data isn't owned by the app. Group Folder, on the other hand, allows the use of advanced permission, and its data is owned by the Nextcloud platform. The benefit is that the data remains accessible even when the user leaves. And that was actually a key need of our clients. And concerning the advanced permissions, they allow us to easily add or remove rights such as reading, editing, deleting, and sharing. So for example, you could give Group A, let's say, access to the content of an entire folder, but you could remove rights to one single confidential subfolder, for example, and that would make it invisible to the group. So finally, Workspace, it builds on group folders and it enables the creation and management of teams. So that is possible through the two management roles added by Workspace. So general managers who can manage all workspaces, and workspace managers who manage users and rights in their dedicated workspaces, which in turn gives autonomy to the users. And about technology?
Yes. So, the Workspace app requires the group folders app. So, it's developed using PHP and Vue.js to meet modern Nextcloud development standards. We used the last Nextcloud components like icon, avatar icon, the multi-select bar, the actions button, and many more. Thank you. Please come see us if you have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clementine, Baptiste. Thank you so much. So we're almost arriving at the last lightning talk. And I need to ask Jan to come on stage. Jan, you even have a folder here, I see. That's exciting. Let me see. All right. That's cool. Yeah, we can do that.
Hello. Okay, I guess I'm the last person between you and the break, so I try to make it quick. But I think this is interesting. So I brought a peppy title with me here. Starting maybe a bit with the motivation. So passwords, everybody knows passwords, everybody uses passwords, but they are legacy. So depending on the different studies, about 60 to 90% of all successful cyber attacks succeed because of stolen passwords or phishing. So that's a significant number. And this could be easily solved by using passwordless logins. So I had this presentation last time at the Nextcloud Conference, so I guess many of you know what are passwordless logins, but I will repeat here for the newbies and to remember it. So basically, passwordless logins is a new generation of two-factor authentication. It's not even more secure, but it's also easier to use than classical two-factor authentication mechanisms, but also easier to use than normal passwords. And that's very significant because of user acceptance. So we have here a technology which people would like to use because it's super simple, it makes their life easier, but at the same time it's more secure. And it comes with phishing protection because the domain name, in this case of your Nextcloud instance, is involved in the computation of the login token, and these tokens therefore cannot be stolen by any phishing, any malware. So it's very nice technology. But it's also two-factor authentication. I said the first factor is usually something physical. It could be your laptop, it could be a phone, but it could also be something like a NITOKEY USB key to log in. So similarly as you open your home door with your physical latch key, here you have your NITOKEY to log into your Nextcloud or other services. You can use it in theory, for unlimited amount of services to log in with a single NITOKEY. And the second factor can be something like a device pin. Usually it is something like a device pin, which is optional if you want to have two-factor authentication. It can be configured to request for a device pin. If you only want one factor, technically the device pin can be avoided. So where we are with passwordless logins, of course, it's nothing we invented. This has been standardized by the Worldwide FIDO Alliance a couple of years ago. It's supported by all operating systems, including Android and iOS. It's supported by all web browsers. It's also supported by Nextcloud, of course. It's also supported by, unfortunately, just a few other websites or services. We have a list here at donglehouse.com. But most importantly for enterprises is that it is supported by most identity and access management systems, which middle to larger enterprises usually use. So a single login portal instead of having user authentication in each and every of the enterprise systems. Yeah, maybe just a quick word to the last point. Passkeys, something you could have read recently in the media, which is kind of the same thing, but a different term, which is coined by Apple, so that you cannot only use something as a nitro key, but you can also use something like your iOS or Apple MacBook, but also Android. And in this case, the key is not as secure as having a physical key, but the kind of key is a soft key and it's stored in your password manager of the operating system. It makes it maybe more easier to use for ordinary users, but it's also less insecure than having a real physical device. And now I would like to show a quick demonstration. Maybe just double click here. And then move over. Yeah, yes, please. Okay, that's a very short demo because it's super easy. As you see, we are here in Nextcloud, going to our user settings tab for security, and then you find this section for passwordless authentication to register a new, something like a nitro key. Now you press the device for confirmation, give it a name in case you have different or multiple devices, and now your nitro key is added to your account. So next time you log in, you don't go for this mask, but choose login with the device. Still enter your username. You see there's no password prompt, but now you touch for confirmation the nitro key and you're logged in. So it's super simple. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you. And you will even have more superpowers. You will have a lot of Odoo tricks up your sleeve as well. Odoo's tricks, so. All right. Hey, we're arriving at the end of the lightning talks. However, we got one request for doing a plug, which might be of interest of us as the Nextcloud community. May I ask Jeroen Baten to come on stage and to talk a little bit about a specific project which might be of interest to us.
Dan hoef ik alleen maar die pagina te hebben. Kun je me daar even mee helpen? github.com/OneStineBV. OneStineBV, elkaar, /project, _single_sign, ja. We're getting old, buddy. Yep, that one. Ta-da-da, ta-da. Yes. Hey, yeah, die. So, hi. I only have 5 minutes. Normally I do not whole conferences, but longer talks. My name is Jeroen Baten. I've been in open source for 20 years. I've written more than 10 books about open source. Okay, that's my credentials. Okay. Yesterday I published code on GitHub. That's the result of 4 months of work of configuring popular open source applications for single sign-on. And clearly, one of those is Nextcloud. because, you know, why not? Let's see if I can make that, move it a little bit. No. Okay. Anyway, so 4 months of work. Those are simple, straight Ansible playbooks. Okay, who does not know what Ansible is? Okay, who doesn't know what Ansible is and doesn't work in marketing? Okay, so Ansible is a syntax, is a file, is a syntax. It's sort of a recipe to configure computers. So you say, I want, by the way, I want users, and this is the list of user accounts I want. And I want this package and this package installed, and I want the application Hello World installed. So that's a sort of a recipe, and you send it to, well, a bunch of servers, if you like, or one. So the people who know Ansible, simple playbook, based on Keycloak as the central authentication mechanism. What you do, so the playbook is install Nextcloud single sign-on.yaml. You fire it. It will install standard Nextcloud, not the snap, just in some directory, I don't know. And then configure single sign-on by creating with a REST call to Keycloak, creating a client there, getting a secret key if you're using OpenID Connect, put it in your configuration, and you're good to go. So don't try this at home. Read the playbook and adjust it to your own network. Okay, but you don't have a bunch of roles that you all have to go to. It's just one simple straight file. And I've done this for the last 4 months for, let's see, XWiki, Odoo, Nextcloud, Keycloak, of course not, GitLab and Jenkins. And today I found out that I also have to do the same work for Open Project, clearly. Yay. Well, I think that's about all the time I can use. Yeah, roughly, okay. Any questions? Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Jeroen, thank you so much for doing this. Next time, please do submit a talk. I think it deserves like more time than you had right now. So we're coming to the end of the lightning talks. That first of all means we're going to finish the live stream. We're back tomorrow with the live stream. And now it's time for some drinks. So downstairs, after the drinks, so that would be like 3:30, the workshops are starting in the Winter Garden room. Daphne is going to do a workshop there downstairs. And also, the translation guy. Mark is going to do there one as well. So, oh, sorry, Mark, you're going to be doing a workshop down there as well. So please join us, and now let's have a drink together. Thank you all.